Okay. Welcome, everybody. I will just note this meeting is being recorded. And I would like to call the Concord Carlisle School Committee to order.
And I'll call the Concord School Committee to order.
And we do have one member on Zoom, so we actually have to call the order by roll call.
Okay, Anderson present.
Who's present?
Morano present.
Rainey present?
Rankin present. Luke present.
Wilson present.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sound terrible.
Yeah. You.
Okay. All right, and I see our students are with us tonight, so we're going to start with our CCHS students. First student.
All right, perfect. Let me just share my screen. Zaria unfortunately had a conflict tonight, so she could not join us, but she helped us with the presentation, and Felicity and I should be able to get through it. So one of the first things tomorrow is an extended advisory day at the high school. So for juniors, there's going to be a session on like cancer information, and then also they're going to be teaching a little bit about different screening tools and things like that. And for the seniors, they're going to just start preparations for the PRIFT day of service. So that's exciting. The end of the year is really in sight for them. And then also the AP exams begin next week. So for a lot of upperclassmen and of course some younger grades as well, a lot of time being spent studying for that.
And another performing arts update, ticket sales are open for Into the Woods. And you can see in the top right, I'm actually the publicity manager. So that was kind of my thing. Everyone needs to buy tickets or else I won't have done my job well. But the link is also on there. But yeah, the lawn signs will be distributed within the next week too. So you'll start seeing that pop around town. We in the performing arts department, we also hired a new choral director, which is very exciting. I've heard a lot of great things. I was also part of that interview process. So that's really exciting for all of us.
Yeah. And then Senate is also in the midst of planning the color run and obviously some other spring spirit events. So more to come on that, but we're looking in pretty good shape. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also been some French exchange students who've been here and they've been attending morning classes and sightseeing around town. So I think that's a program with the AP French students mostly, but like the French department as a whole. Harry, do you know more about that than me? But
They actually, my French teacher was telling me today, they went to New York City just for the day. They left at 5:30 in the morning. So definitely gonna be a long day for them. And like, it's been fun seeing them around school. They came into my French class, so we had the opportunity to talk to them a little bit, which is cool. And then prom tickets go on sale this Friday. So that's very exciting for our upperclassmen. And yeah, like I said, it's just the end of the year is starting to be in sight. Yeah, that's all we have. Thank you.
Five.
Thanks for the update. We're looking forward to seeing another great show and spring sports continue and all that good stuff. So, well, I'm sure we'll see you guys around the campus. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
thank you.
Right. And now we will enter into public comment. We will start with comment in the room. If you're in the room, you can fill out a blue sheet outside and sign in. And if you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature. And as a reminder, please state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes. And I'll open up for public comment. See none in the room. Not online. Great, thank you. And now we'll move on to our recognitions tonight. So we are thrilled tonight to have CCHS guidance with us. And Lori, would you like to introduce their recognition or?
Yeah, sure. Kristen will chime in.
Okay.
So come on over,
Allison.
Allison and Melinthi. Allison Nowicki, Guidance Department Chair is here with Melinthi Fernando, our METCO school counselor. So they've put together some highlights of what guidance is up to, and
Yeah, this
we'll
is
turn it over to them.
just I put together a video that sort of highlights a lot of what we're doing across all the grades, with specific grades, and then also some of the supports and services we have for all of our students. So it's about a 3-minute video, and then please feel like if you have questions about what I showed or anything that's interesting, please.
So I'm sorry to those of you out there, it's only on this screen tonight because of our technology limitations without MMN.
So feel free to move your chair.
Yeah, it's an invitation. Come on over.
That was awesome, especially when you have, you know, kids that are currently at the high school that don't tell you half of the things that are going on in your college seminars. And I might have a senior who's like right now in the decision-making process and hasn't told me one thing of what I've seen on your video. So thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. I just want to point out, so the music you saw was composed by Dan Simone, who's in our department. He runs the Reverb Club, which is a live music club. He's been working on this song, he said, since he was probably like 10 years old. And I told him what we were doing. He said, "Oh, I got something." And he literally like 10 minutes later came back and he said, "Here you go." He had grabbed 3 kids from the Reverb Club and played a little bit of the song. And the next thing you know, they had this was 3.5 minutes. They like all of those kids improv the whole thing. It's amazing how good these kids are.
It sounds like a Peanuts soundtrack.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right, that's like, it's very like reminiscent of that.
Yeah.
Style.
Brubeck.
Anyway,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Excellent. And it's good to see, I know the addition of the newsletters for guidance and counseling. If people don't know about the newsletter, can you just talk about
Yeah.
like those, like for every grade?
Yeah, so we did them years ago and they were sort of getting a little static and I think we sort of lost track of them. COVID seems to be the reason for everything these days. And I had been thinking about bringing them back and actually during COVID, I had discovered PictoChart, which is sort of like Canva. It's like this online design feature. Like you can do presentations and flyers and create websites through it. I created our school profile. I updated our school profile using that. And I sort of had this epiphany, like, why am I not doing this for newsletters? And so I sort of brought it back and I wanted to highlight different things like what's going on in each grade? What do you need to know about right at this moment? What are some of the things that we're reading? What's sort of on our radar? What are some upcoming dates? And then I also included in each newsletter at the bottom, some of the highlights from the College Guidance Network, which is something we've been using for about, I think, 3 years now. We were one of the first schools to sort of onboard with them. They are just sort of this 24/7 library of videos and PDFs and things you can watch, things you can read, things you can listen to about really anything you'd ever want to know about the college process, which we have found to be a really great resource. I've been attending some sessions that they host just for counselors. It gives us an opportunity to talk to each other and to sort of hear from people in admissions, hear directly from them. So it's been a really great resource.
Those newsletters, do they go just to kids? Do you put them out to parents?
Parents.
Only
Yeah,
parents,
I think
not
it's only,
for-
I don't think it's, I'd have to ask my secretary. I know she's sending out a MailChimp
But
to
the
parents.
parents.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if she's doing it to CCHS or not.
9 to 12. Just 9 to
Yes,
12.
yeah,
And I think you can find it on the guidance
It's on our
website
website,
too.
yeah.
It's on their website, like if you just want
Yeah.
to poke around and look at it. you can
Yeah.
find it there.
yeah. I think one of the things we've been most excited about over the last few years is we sort of got interrupted with COVID, but we've been implementing the seminar model where, so for our seniors, we're giving them the time during the day to get some of their work done, right? So as opposed to trying to find us and hoping to catch us or worrying, like sending us emails, we have blocked off 1 hour during the week for about 6 weeks for them to come in and do their applications in the room with us, to ask questions in the moment, and to sort of give them a quiet space to get it done. And then with our junior seminars, we've been sort of tinkering with it each year, but I think what we really liked this year was the addition of a couple of things. One is this sort of college admissions game, if that's the right word for it, but the idea is you're sort of hearing what are the different things that a student would impact a student's admissions, right? Like it's not just about grade necessarily. There's also these other little factors that they're keeping in mind. We also had students do case studies. So they were real students. We took off all identifying information, but we included their GPA scores, things that they were involved in, and had the kids guess where did they get in, where did they not get in. And then we also added this year a mock admissions committee, which is the one I'm really most excited about, where students, we gave them a made-up college. We made up the priorities of this college. What are they interested in this year? And then we gave the students 4 applicants that are all very similar. They all bring something different to the table, right? They all sort of match something in this priority list. And the kids as a group have to decide who to admit, who to waitlist, and who to deny. And the coolest part about it was that nobody agrees, right? Because they're all very similar candidates. Even within, we did it within our group. And it was, we were all, wow, oh my God, you guys accepted them? That's so funny, right? And that was sort of the same conversation. And we really, it wasn't like there was one applicant that they all sort of leaned towards. It really was split across the board. So it's a really cool exercise for them to really get a better understanding of what's happening and why certain decisions are made, and it's not, doesn't feel so personal anymore.
Are those seminars like compulsory or are they elective? For the
We,
kids?
we put it on their schedule
Oh, good.
to come, yep. But there's no grade involved or anything.
Well,
there's no
yeah,
credit.
But everyone gets a chance to
yes.
participate. It's not just like these real self-directed kids.
No,
who
it's
wanna-
not a like, hey, we're
Yeah.
doing this,
Yeah.
come on by. We
Yeah,
do, we create groups.
Yeah,
I think what we're looking forward to next year when we have these flex blocks, that we don't have to sort of, we've been sort of haphazardly bringing groups of kids together within your own caseload. And it's like, sometimes you only get 4 that have the same block. You really try not to take their lunch because that's sort of their time. And they don't really want to give it up.
yeah. When do you do this? Like 11th grade, 12th grade?
We have 10, 11, 12.
Oh, so kids are seeing that as early as 10th grade.
Yeah,
starting
not
to
the
get
college
that.
stuff so much. It's more youth science is
Yeah.
our 10th grade sort of thing that we're focusing on. It has aptitude tests as well as an interest inventory. So it's not just what are you interested in, but what are you good at? How does your brain work? And then it sort of helps you identify careers that match your style of learning, right? You're the way that your brain, like what do you bring to the table? And the cool thing about the youth science curriculum is that it's not a like Melinthi, like I'm a brainstormer and Melinthi's not.
Yeah.
It's I'm a brainstormer, Melinthi is a detail-oriented person. And so it always talks about what do you add to this? Like what do you bring to the table and how do you support the other people around you?
Another question,
Yeah.
sorry, very interested.
Please, yeah.
So then when those kids take those tests or whatever, do you share those with parents?
We can, yeah,
Okay.
we
But a
don't.
parent needs to know to ask, kind of thing?
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
like-
we're not trying to.
Well, I don't know, yeah, like,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
I'm always so
It's kind
curious
of a hot
about it.
topic, like.
We're
I'm
not
gonna
trying
be
to
a-
hide it, it's just, it would be a lot for us to sort of email each.
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
parent,
No,
But
no,
the kids
but
can certainly, they
they
can
can-
show you,
okay.
yeah. And actually, I think, right now, this year's sophomore class, it's connected to SCORE, which is our college search and application tool. That's not gonna be happening next year. They've parted ways. So we were
The
still
youth
at,
science and score. are part
they
of
were
it?
talking to each other,
Yeah.
they were sort of integrated and now
Yeah.
they're, yeah.
And I have to say, the other thing, I'm gonna put Melinthi on the spot a little bit, but she runs the social media for CCHS
Yeah,
right now.
Follow that.
And
The best
if you're
Instagram
not
account.
following it, I highly recommend you follow it, because it really is excellent. I mean, it's like, I swear I'll be at a game or something like this. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, you're
So-
very good.
And I think the kids love it, the
Yeah.
parents love it, and you know what's going on at the school. I mean, it's just a quick, like, so thank you for that.
Of course, thank you.
Melinda, do you want to talk a little bit about your role as METCO?
Yeah,
It's a new role.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was hired as the METCO adjustment counselor this year. So I work with all of our METCO kids. We have 49 at the high school. And I work doing a lot of social emotional learning with them. I do our achievement strats class, which is a more specialized class for kids to come do homework or get help with extra work, things like that. And I run lunch groups sometimes, and I've been going to the middle school once a week to meet the 8th graders coming up, so they have a familiar face coming into the METCO program. And we have our room 202, which has been really nice. The kids have been coming and hanging out with me. We get lunch together. It's been a really good year so far, I think.
Some decorating in the works,
Yeah.
right?
Painted walls, which is really exciting.
Is there a mural going in? Did I hear something about a mural?
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're doing
Yeah,
murals.
Miss Jay's here. She's been scouting pink colors last I was talking to her.
Move that should be, so I'm just trying to get everybody to decide what color. Plan on trying to get everything done for this year.
Yeah, that's great.
It's been hard getting it done.
Yeah.
How many years do you have working with the METCO?
So this is my first year working with METCO. I was an intern at the high school and the middle school last year.
I think it's worth noting some of the work we did last spring with the METCO kids. In the list of what they really needed, one of the top few was they wanted a dedicated counselor. So we reallocated some grant money and such and made it happen. Melinthi's made a vision I don't even think we knew enough to have, so it's been great.
And I'm just gonna check with Sarah. Sarah and Domingos are both online. Do you guys have any questions or comments for guidance? I just don't want to forget about you guys.
Oh, I like the newsletters. I like that from the younger grades, you can see what to look forward to and plan a little bit more, rather than getting just in the moment. So, yay.
Great.
I just have one comment. One thing stood out when you were talking about the college admission process. I think something it's a learning style match, which is something you don't think about when you're applying to colleges. So I thought that was very interesting and, kind of bring awareness to that in college. So I like that. Thank
It's
you.
a great point. I don't think until you're sort of living the process and the real college experience with your kids or, in the school setting, how much it matters.
Right.
For success when you actually get there.
That's a great point. Thank you for pointing out.
Allison,
Yeah.
could you
Question.
speak to the on technologies, what they call it, the struggle between outsourcing it to expert tools, but then also using that information so you know. That's what it is.
Yeah, so, I think you're talking about the college guidance network in particular.
Well, I was not the ops person.
We
I don't
moved
know
away
what you're
from Navi.
using now, but
Yeah.
you're using a lot of tech that didn't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, so we have moved away from Naviance to SCORE. That happened, I want to say like 2019, 2018. We actually were one of the first adopters of SCORE as well. Naviance was not changing, and they weren't listening. It was just a really clunky system and was hard to navigate, not only for kids, but on our side when we're sending applications. And SCORE sort of came in and disrupted the space, and it's a much more intuitive site, and in terms of sending materials, it's really it's more simple for teachers, for counselors, for a registrar. I haven't talked a lot with kids about their experience with it, but I would say SCORE is exceptionally responsive to us. Every time I've talked to them and said, hey, what about this feature? Typically within a few months they'll get it. So that has been a good switch for us, but similar to Navi, it does the same sort of thing. College search and the application.
I'm going to somewhere different.
Okay.
What I'm curious is how do the tools distance us from knowing a child because she's interacting with these tools?
Sure.
Or alternative, how does it give us to life?
So, as a counselor, I can access information, like, so if it's when they complete their U-Science, once they complete all the aptitude tests and they're done, I can actually access all their results. And then sometimes we'll have a conversation about it. It's not with every kid, but we'll sort of dig into it a little bit. The same thing with SCORE. Kids are keeping their ideas in SCORE. I'm also putting some ideas in SCORE, and then we use it as a tool. You'll see in one of the pictures, it was me and a student, we were sort of looking at the graphs together, sort of saying like, well, what is this school more of a reach for you, or is it looking more like a likely admit, like those kinds of, so we have those conversations together. So I find that the technology has helped those conversations. The college guidance network piece, I think for me has, I'm going to go to something, I think Sarah, I think you said this, which was information, right? Like getting information early, I have found has really helped to sort of let some of the air out of the balloon of like this like sort of feeling of anxiety. Like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I've never been through this process before. I feel like there's so much to know and I don't know any of it and I don't know where to go. And so giving parents, right now we're giving them access to it in the sophomore year. And I've been considering even earlier, it's just a difference in cost really. Just because you don't know what you don't know, and why not have there's nothing you need to do as a 9th grade parent, but just knowing that you don't have to do anything as a 9th grade parent. And what's been really cool about College Guidance Network is we've been able to use some of those videos. They have little quick videos that we can use in our seminars with kids. So I've been able to sort of put together slideshows and not have to create my own video, but use that video as a tool to give them some information, and then we talk about it. So I think, I don't think it's taken away from our interactions with kids. I think it's helped to enhance it a bit.
And I think the, the great thing on the parent side of SCORE is like parents can put in a suggestion and you can see what the guidance counselor is suggesting. And you would see if your child suggested it, so you can all look at
Like an actual school,
an actual school.
Colby College.
Like whatever it is, and it's like, this has been suggested by Mr. Block, and you're like, okay, so then you have like a starting point to have those discussions with your child. And there's a lot of check-in, and if you skip a seminar, your guidance counselor actually finds you, and they're gonna come right to you and make you come. So it's actually, I think there's a lot more face-to-face, and even over the past 5 years to watch it switch from Naviance with, you know, paper, like to fill out your transcript. I get the transcript, it was all paper.
Yeah.
And then it went to Google Form, and now it's all through SCORE. I even didn't know how to do it this year because it was so automatic. I was like, great, he hasn't filled out his transcripts. I'm like, oh no, it actually all gets done through SCORE. It's kind of the amazing world of technology, but I think it probably gives you guys more time to interact with the students, which is really.
I think our conversations are better, like we're talking about more meaningful things as opposed to just like always like little logistics. There's a lot of logistics that we have to get through, but it's not, the seminars have sort of, we use that time to do a lot of the big stuff, like here's what you need to do, here are the steps you need to take. And then in addition to those seminars, we're doing one-on-one meetings, and that's where we really get into which schools are you applying to and why, and let's maybe round out your list a little bit. I'm a little worried that you don't really have a lot of likely admits on here. That, like, those are the individual conversations that we can have after. I think Sarah had.
Yes, Sarah, did you have something else?
I had a question on the not knowing what you don't know until it hits you. One of the challenges that we dealt with this summer, and then I know my daughter had a few friends who had similar challenges, were one is that Common App opens in August, and not having access to a school computer, like to their own device, was a challenge in our household because we didn't have a computer that she could use, that she could work on her own things. And I know that, and I heard from some kids who were like sophomores taking classes over the summer and stuff. What are ways that you can support the kids to have access to technology that doesn't rely on a family going and buying a device to be used until they can get back to a school computer? Is there any kind of offering or support there?
It's one we need to talk about, yeah.
Yeah, I got that question, it's something that's come up from our end as well. I think a lot of updating of computers happens over the summer. That was sort of the response I got. So I don't know what, I don't know. I've asked the question as well.
Okay.
You'll see what other districts do. I think a lot of districts do have to, at least for juniors.
Yeah, my last district didn't take them in, but you gotta figure out how to manage.
Or at
it.
least
Could
get
you do
those
that?
done first, and then the
Yeah.
kids can come in early and pick them
Yeah,
up.
come
right?
back for August or something.
Yeah.
So we can have that conversation.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you can actually start working on the Common App now.
Now,
And anything you put in rolls over, but they add questions, they take questions away. So like, you can start working on it now. It just might not be the final application that you're end up filling out.
It's just in the summer, they have a lot more time, between sports and school and all that. Right? There's a lot more time in the summer for it.
Yeah. We encourage kids to do a lot in the summer. They don't always listen.
anyone else? Any questions, comments? Well, thank you so much for coming.
Sure.
And really,
I'm happy to send you a like glitchy version of the video if you like it.
Yeah, that's
great.
Yeah, send it to us. That'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you gonna put the video on your website or anything?
Yeah,
To
yeah,
tell people, that
sure.
they could go and see what you're doing, and, because
For
it
data.
is more, it's more than just college that you guys do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we talked a lot about college tonight, but you do so many other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the thing we didn't even talk about at all is all those sort of day-to-day things that come up. Kids who need help, they need, if somebody's having a bad day, they got in a fight with them, right? Like those things are just always constantly coming in. And so that's sort of always happening, but that wasn't addressed here. So, yeah.
Do other things.
We do other things as well.
Well, and even how you sign up for an appointment, it's all done through Calendly now, and we used to go into guidance office and literally write on a clipboard, which I think you still can. You still write.
We
on a
took
clipboard?
down those
Okay,
calendars, so it's all online now.
We're doing it online in COVID and didn't. work.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
That's
great,
great,
but the kids actually, for those of you that don't have kids at the high school, they have like on their phone, they can sign up for appointments.
Yeah, that was a great.
It's really
step
good.
forward. That was a COVID silver lining.
Yes,
Yeah.
that and then picture chart. There's a lot of things. that's
Yeah.
taken out of here.
But you put it in your emails and everything like that.
Right, yeah, it's on my sign off, yeah.
So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you much for
Have a
having
great
me.
night.
Thank you.
And follow the high school on social media if you want to see familiar.
It's all the best content out there, I gotta say. I'm gonna have her start doing our guidance one, because I can't keep up with it.
All right. So moving on to correspondence, and I believe we only had one piece of correspondence this week, and it actually came to Concord Public,
About,
but it was
The region.
about the region.
yeah, just about an enrollment, how to enroll in Concord Carlisle. And Lori took care of it, noting that residency was
Pardon. All right, and on to our chairs, liaisons, and superintendent report, and why don't we just start with you, Lori, if you want to start with anything else?
Sure, I was just gonna highlight a few things, and Kristen should chime in as I highlight a few things that she's been running, although I'll wait till she comes back to me. Or I'll just do it. It's really one of our busiest times of year, I think probably the busiest time, because the end of year just ramps way up with really great things and activities and all sorts of really great stuff. Closure of the year, and then we are at least a half a foot, if not more, into next year, and there's always a bulk of work that needs to get done before everybody leaves that we're really heavily focused on. So one of those major initiatives is hiring for the fall. So the buildings have started to do that. I worked a couple of quiet days last week and wrapped that up with a number of candidates. So we're off and running really successfully. Just a few hiring notes that I know you're aware of, but we're saying out loud. We've hired 2 assistant principals at the high school, so that has been really great. It feels really successful. Mr. Cameron's in the process of the assistant principal at the middle school. And as I know, we have 3 strong finalists for the Thoreau position. And this is the week where they're on site, one yesterday, one tomorrow, one Thursday. Getting a lot of great feedback via technology from staff and families, and making a lot of reference calls and trying to be sure we just know them thoroughly before the final decision is made. Probably early next week, I would say. We're eager to stay ahead of the many postings that are out there and secure the best person. So that's gone really well. Thanks to Kristen for running the first round of the process and the screening committee that she worked with. Carrie was there. It's been really successful. We've had a lot of positive feedback. I think people enjoy all the ways they're getting to participate. In terms of, and this is where Kristen can chime in, we're buckling down on setting up professional development and training for some of the major initiatives that we're in the throes of and will continue into next year. So do you want to just quickly talk on MTSS today and restorative justice?
Yes, I'm
Last 2
happy
weeks ago
to.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so we had a wonderful day today, actually in this very room. We had the principals, guidance counselors, school psychologists, BCBAs. I don't want to forget anybody.
It was
Uh,
full crowd.
Yeah, and district-wide people, Andrew, Debbie, and I were all there. And we were coming up with a system for a multi-tiered system of success for students in social emotional learning and mental health. So social emotional learning are the skills that you need, the 5 areas, the Castle's 5 areas, self-awareness, that's like knowing your emotions, self-regulation, being able to control your emotions and so forth. And then mental health is some emerging conditions that people might have, like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and then a trauma informed program as well. So the idea is that we give screeners, it's that process that we use for reading and math, but to use it for mental health and social emotional learning, we give screeners really starting in kindergarten, all the way through grade 12. so that we pick up any issues before, we pick up trickling streams before they become raging rivers. So the idea is to be proactive. So in the example of the social emotional learning, we give the screener of DESA, which is the teachers fill it in elementary school, the students self-report in middle school and high school. And they have, it's a strengths based, so I feel I have the ability to make a new friend or to resolve a conflict. And then the data all gets fed to the administrators, the mental health team at the school, and so they can look at kids who have big variety in their skills. So that could be, or just low sort of self-reporting of skills, and then use the MTSS system. So you have 6 to 10 week skills-based training on whatever the area of deficit is. How do you make a new friend? How do you greet someone? How do you calm yourself down? On all these different areas. That's in the social emotional realm. In the mental health realm, learning about different types of mental health and where people might have challenges, and then how are those worked on. So for example, we have a issue with stress in Concord Public Schools. So you might have a group on anxiety, and you might be talking about how I mitigate my anxiety. So what are some ways I can use, breathing, yoga, humor, and there's 8 ways. So, so that's kind of the MTSS. And so our goal is to have a system that talks to itself vertically and horizontally, especially at those points, when you're going from 5th grade to 6th grade, 8th grade to 9th grade, and so forth. New kids coming in at different points. How do we get a read very quickly? Because we all know that if you're not okay, emotionally, your mental health is going to be really hard to learn also. So we feel like it's setting the table. Is that what you?
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then restorative justice is part of our DEIB work. So we're taking a slow road. We're trying to do it very, very well. The discipline law in the state of Massachusetts changed to add that we want to approach behavioral infractions from try some other ways besides sort of punitive discipline, and restorative justice is the idea there. And so we're learning about the 3 tiers of restorative justice. The big tier is community building. Second tier is looking at little interaction, something that can be solved in like 5 to 10 minutes. And then the top of the triangle is like really harmful situations, and how you would work with a group to come up with a way to understand the impact that your mistake has had on the community, and then how you can try to repair or restore that mistake. So it feels really good. The teams are really strong. We have the administrators, of course, the counselors on those teams, and we also have lead classroom teachers who are really interested in it. It's part of our DEIB work because in general, in the world, students who are historically marginalized populations are disproportionately represented in disciplinary situations. So the idea is really to get to know someone as a human and help them come to understand whatever the mistake was that they made. And this process of restorative justice really started in the penal justice system, not in schools. So it's really, really effective in Massachusetts in particular, in Concord in particular at MCI. So the rate of recidivism, someone doing another breaking a law again after they've been through the restorative justice program is actually extremely low. So it's a very, very successful program with very serious crimes. So we're working with a group that helps put the system into public schools. So they're called Pathways to Restorative Justice, and it actually started here, although it is a nationwide program.
Thank you. So much good stuff going on. My last notes are just a real shout out. We met today with Concord Rec. They're offering camper trips to all of the kids at the shelter in the long stay rooms, kindergarten through grade 8. And just everyone's just so appreciative. And when I mean, not just the families, but all the agencies we're working with, because as the more I talk with people, the daunting time involved in a summer lag of nothing. What they're doing is just going away as this all panned out, and what a strong partner Concord Rec is being with our family coordinators, helping to get them squared away with all the intake they need to get the kids onboarded. So just really grateful this community continues to really caretake and offer amazing things. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do you have anything? No, not yet.
Let me get to my.
She's gonna get your stuff later.
CPS
The
meeting.
only thing I have is, there is a DEIB strategic. I'm gonna get it wrong, steering committee meeting tomorrow night, and the focus is on special education. So I just want to put that out there, that Sharon and I go to that, and yeah, that's been great all year. And I don't have anything else. Anyone else? Have anything? Nope. Okay.
Very quickly, the Human Rights Council held their Holocaust Memorial on Sunday night, very well attended. Just for your information, I'm on the 2229 advisory committee now. Not as a school committee representative, but as a citizen of the town. But in that role, I'll be able to keep the school committee informed as to what's happening in terms of discussions about the ultimate use of that property.
Can you,
2229, sorry, is the old NMI StarMet Superfund site, which is, oh gosh, don't quote me now, 21 acres of usable land, something not an insignificant piece of property over near Knox Trail. Very preliminary ideas include recreation, include a government campus, include affordable housing, include open space and recreation, or some mix of all of the above. So, these are only just ideas at the present time. Nothing has taken shape yet, nor does the town have jurisdiction over it. It's still in the hands of the federal government and the Department of Defense.
And is this a task force or a committee?
This is a committee, I believe. Good question.
I just saw a lot of names.
Yeah.
town committee? Okay. All right, anyone else?
Just for Tracy, for the region, the Carlisle CPAC is going to host an event on the 27th, Thursday at 7 p.m. about learning disorders and anxiety. And our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Community Advisory Council is working on a Pride event in June and a community education event with Harry Harding, and they're working together with CORE on that. It's called Stories of Us event.
Okay.
And also, we're working to participate in our Raise Amity Day.
Okay, great. All right. All right, so thank you all for that, and we will, I don't see anything from Sarah or Domingos, or good, okay? And so we will move on to, we have a guest with us tonight, and I'd like to bring up Carlin Reed of the PEG Access Committee, and I believe that you all have a flyer that is attached to the agenda, so I will turn it over to Carlin.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Carlin Reed, I'm chair of the PEG Access Advisory Committee. Been that for about 4 years, I think. It's been a while, but we're finally getting to the whole point of the committee, which is to help the town negotiate the Comcast Concord franchise agreement. And this is the time when we're trying to do what's called the needs assessment. Now, everybody every household got one of these postcards. And if front and back on this sort of side, there's a QR code where you can RSVP for one of the 3 focus group events. And we've got a survey that will be available online starting May 1. We're trying to get input on what you think about the Comcast service. Now, this is designed for the cable TV service, but because the internet runs over the same wire, we're looking for input. I'll leave it at that. The three programs, and this is open for anybody who lives or works in Concord. Now, this would include school administration, school staff, school teachers, parents, anybody. We're trying to get input on what you think about the Comcast service, how it can be improved, and what you think your needs are going to be for the next 10 years, because that's the length of term of the contract we're doing. Those three programs are, one is on May 10 at 2:30 to 4 o'clock at the Concord Main Library. The next one is May 11, 10:30 a.m. to 12 noon at the Townhouse on 22 Monument Square. And the third one is May 11 at 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the Harvey Wheeler Community Center in the Clock Tower Room. We're going to be having a presentation. We've hired a consultant who's going to walk us through 4 basic areas to get input on what's going on. Then there's going to be a drawing at each one of these focus group meetings, a $50 gift card to a local business. Must be present to win. Okay. And if you enter in information online, you're also eligible for that sort of thing. We're asking that people RSVP for these programs by May 5 if possible. And if you don't want to come, but you want to give your input, I've already had 5 of those. Email it to me at PAC, which is PAAC @concordmath.gov. That's a collection point where we're gathering input on what you think about Comcast. I'm really interested, especially about the school's interface, because I understand you use Comcast for your cable TV services and for your internet, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so tell me what you think. And the responses are anonymized, so it's not like a particular thing. But from a professional standpoint, from the personal standpoint, we want your input on this sort of thing. So you've got a copy of the handout, the press release that we've sent out. We sent it to the Concord Bridge, hasn't shown up yet, but it's there. And we're looking for input on this. I also want to take, at this point, let's see, I think we may have one of my members on the call. Vince Carlson, he might be joining. There may be another member or two from our committee. And we also have Cynthia Rainey, who's been the school designee to the PEG Access Committee. And I really appreciate Cynthia's help and guidance along this way. Or it was our designee at one point, and I appreciate his help as well. Okay, now questions. You don't have to give me all the info right now, but please give it to us. We're trying to gather it. Survey again is open May 1 to June 9. Focus groups are May 10 and May 11. Yes.
So when you're asking for feedback on Comcast, are you talking about like when we as citizens like watch the MMN network on our channel, whatever it is on Comcast, or are you talking about to like the internet service and that kind of, like, is it one or the other? Is it both? What are
It's basically the cable TV
the
component.
cable
of it.
TV experience?
But I watch Minuteman meeting. I watch this committee meeting over my internet connection.
Well, right.
That's why they're connected. That's why if I'm watching it like one of the PEG channels 8, 9, or 99.
And that's
over
on
the internet,
Comcast.
On Comcast, I can watch it in the TV. I can also watch it on my laptop, on my
Using a Comcast
Right.
app.
Right. I want all that information. The more information, the better.
You're getting to this critical and confusing distinction between the funding aspect that runs the pipe called Comcast and the delivery aspect called Minuteman Media,
Yeah.
which gets conflated pretty quickly for the person who simply wants access to local media.
Right.
If I might, the 10-year contract is a contract between the town of Concord and Comcast Inc. And it then is the source of the money that then is directed through this committee, through the town manager to Minuteman Media. With a potential, you know this better than I do, being a telecommunications lawyer, a max of 5%. Now, there was a day way back when you could say, Comcast, we would like you to do this in our studio. We would like you to buy us this equipment and we like this percentage off the top. Right now, I think you're pretty limited to it's a percentage.
Pretty much, since
Pretty
cable
much.
has pretty much been deregulated.
Yes, yeah.
In a number of fields, but
So
we
really,
still have some leverage.
it's a money ask, and Comcast comes in with an idea of what the market can handle, because they're doing contracts everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
And we're at what, over 4% now?
4.8 right now.
4.8, right, which is very good.
Yeah.
Which is very, very good. I'll only offer up one opinion now, which is what I've learned over 30 years of playing with this stuff is it's the caliber of the staff that makes the difference day to day as to what works. I remember.
You're talking about MMN.
Yeah, MMN, the delivery side of it, yeah, because once Comcast is done, then the money's in place, more or less, depending on subscription rates.
Yeah, I think.
But the make or break is who's out there serving us day to day, which is, I think, where you've done an admirable job of supporting the professional staff over the last couple of years.
And I intend to continue in whatever capacity I possibly can. Now, it's not just channels 8, 9, and 99, it's all the Comcast channels, and we want to get as much information and input as possible. Yes, Alexa.
My next question is, it's interesting because the CMLP internet service is so exceptional as a customer myself, I won't make that plug, that it has become so easy to cut that Comcast cord, so to speak. And I wonder if from your perspective, are you seeing, we did this about 5 years ago now, are you seeing a steady decline of Concordians that are even using Comcast as their sort of cable interface, if you will? So I, for example, have no access to channels 8, 9, or whatever. So I am reliant totally on Zoom. Like if Zoom were ever to go away, I wouldn't be able to watch a meeting live.
You could watch it recorded by.
Right.
Right, no, but I'm saying, but it's live, right,
yeah.
so like, it's interesting, and I'm not suggesting
Yeah.
that poor Peg needs to start making there's so many providers out there, you couldn't possibly make but are you seeing a big decline of Comcast users in the town?
No,
No,
and here's what's going
oh,
on.
I'm an early
We
adopter, I
have
never
about
guessed,
1,500 broadband subscribers.
yeah,
To the light plants, municipal broadband. We have about 4,300 cable TV subscribers. Because we can afford.
I wouldn't have
pay-
guessed that,
Because people
Neither
want
did
to
we.
watch
I would-
we
sports.
didn't predict.
They really want to, and a big part of our base is, folks over the age of 55.
Right.
Who have a large screen like to sit on the couch, watch TV, great. But there are other folks who are subscribers as well. So
So anyway,
we're seeing a decline. It's not a real.
but it's not,
decline.
yeah, interesting, I would have thought it
It's
would have
been like this.
started to pick up pace, but.
Well,
I think
part
the
of it-
20-somethings have totally cut that cable cord. They have a smart TV and they're done.
No,
But part of it is also Comcast, also known as Xfinity, has their strategy. They're bundling their cable with internet.
And their
with
phone.
telephone.
Yeah.
And you can get them all pretty cheaply, so you
Like a
don't
cell
want to cut one.
No, no.
Well, they can do sell too, but the
But not
Home
a home
phone.
phone.
Yeah.
Home phone,
If
if
you
you also
still
do
want-
wireless, and they do home security services.
What's that?
So Comcast has a lot of stuff.
You know,
going
but
on.
it's all fascinating.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So
just-
what's the number? Because that's, I think, we'll get our
The
shot,
number.
the value of the 10-year contract.
Oh,
It's a
well,
big number.
if you look at just the cable component, it's about $60 million over the 10-year period. If you look at what rides over that pipe, it's more like $200 million over the 10-year period, because that's Comcast cable plus the Xfinity. So it's a big deal. It's a contract that's signed by the select board, and our current contract expires April 21 of 2024. So we're in the
Oh.
needs assessment period now and compliance section. There'll be a final report to the select board probably in August of this year, where they'll say, well, here's what we found out from based on the input, and here are the recommendations. And from there, the negotiation of the actual contract goes into the hands of the select board and the group that they designate to do the negotiation.
With our consultant.
With our consultant. One last thing, we have an warrant article number 42, it's PEG access warrant article. It's on consent calendar at this point, but in it, we're asking for an authorization of $537,557 as to how much we expect to expend this coming year for the PEG services. Part of that, a big chunk of it, $135,000, is to improve the capital, upgrade the capital equipment, the TVs, cameras, that sort of stuff. Most of the rest of it is for salaries and videographers.
Can I plug that there's still some needs in this room?
They're in there.
Yes. Yes.
And we can discuss
Please do.
our last minute, why we don't have MMN
here tonight. Yeah, I gotta talk to some folks about
Um, is Comcast the only option? Are you, for this
Option for what?
contract, like, for this contract? Or are you talking to
Yes.
other people?
No,
How,
we have one contract, it's a non-exclusive contract. If, say Verizon wanted to come in, they could. But right now, we have just one contract. Some towns have two, some towns have three, cable TV providers. But we have just one, it's Comcast.
so any cable provider who wants to provide cable in our town you would have a contract with them?
It's a little complicated.
Well,
It's not like,
so she said the magic word, cable TV provider. The answer is yes. Right now, Verizon is negotiating 5-year term contracts. Comcast is doing 10-year term contracts. So in fact, Acton just recently renewed both of theirs. So they're different terms. And we're focusing on a 10-year contract. We've been watching and preparing this for a couple of years now, so we're ready to go. Great. And thank you very much for your time and your interest.
Good night.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Carolyn.
All right, and this brings us to our superintendent evaluation. So thank you all for filling out your evaluations. And for the members of the public, each one of us filled out an evaluation of Dr. Hunter, and Sarah and Alexa put them together. And I'm going to turn it over to Alexa, and I don't know if Sarah's watching from home or participating. But
Sarah said she would smile.
Smile,
I'll
okay.
smile.
And
Would you
nod.
like to speak?
And
Nod and yes, acknowledge, yes, but
Giving
I
the
won't
thumbs up
present.
too, so we appreciate the thumbs.
Yeah, so again, I'll echo Tracy's thanks. The evaluation of the superintendent, as you all know, here at this table, but for the public, in case they don't, is one of our 3 chief responsibilities in our role as school committee members. Sarah and I collated all of the individual evaluation. We were able to average everybody's evaluation into a summary rating. And as we did 2 years ago in the evaluation from 2021, we chose for the comments instead of which prior to 2021, it had been practice for the 2 individuals that were writing or compiling the summary report to sort of synthesize the overall themes that, you know, all the individuals put in their comments. And 2 years ago, we changed that and we put in direct quotes so that there wouldn't be any interpretation. These are the literal and exact words of all of us that you will read here today without any editorializing on the part of me or Sarah. So I will take us all quickly through Dr. Hunter's evaluation. So the first step that we do is we give an overall evaluation. There are 4 categories. Dr. Hunter scored an overall rating of proficient, which we would hope and expect. There are 3 subcategories. Sorry, Court?
I feel compelled to.
What?
I feel compelled to interrupt.
Sure.
You say we expected. I would simply offer up also that proficient is a very high bar. And MASC makes that very clear, that it might sound, somebody might equate it with average. That's not what we're talking about here. And I think the best evidence is the very goals in front of us and in front of the superintendent. To hit proficient on goals that are that robust, that significant. So forgive me for interrupting, but
No,
I don't want
that's
anybody
actually
to minimize what that means.
Yeah.
Because outside of this room, it'd be very easy to
Yeah, proficient
misunderstand.
sounds quite ordinary, doesn't it?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that clarification, Court. I think it's a good one. As we evaluate the superintendent, we look at 4 sub groups, 4 standards. They are instructional leadership. Dr. Hunter enjoyed a proficient rating on that standard, and I will go through these in a little bit. Standard 2 is management and operations. This can be the boring day-to-day stuff. We'll highlight in a little bit things like, well, not boring or day-to-day, but creating a new bell schedule. And operations can also be some of the larger things like.
Alexa, do you want to share your
budget.
screen or?
Oh, I guess we could.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even on Zoom.
Oh,
Do you have it? Could you share?
Aaron can
Oh,
do it.
oh, thanks.
Aaron, can you pull up the
Sorry
document?
about that.
She can hear.
The magic of Aaron.
That was a good idea that I didn't think of, and I'm not on the Zoom because I don't like to plug in my computer because this thing, the cord's not long enough. Okay, so we'll go through. So I'm in step 2 here, Erin, where we have 4 standards that we evaluate the superintendent on. These are the big sort of chunks. And like I said, instructional leadership, the superintendent enjoyed a proficient rating. Similarly, 2 in management and operations, and I will take you guys through these in more detail. She earned an exemplary rating in family and community engagement and a proficient rating in professional culture. Overall, if you go down to step 3, that earned her an overall rating of proficient. When I look at some of the overarching themes that were sort of in this summary review, people really talked about the fact that Dr. Hunter enjoys tremendous amount of respect in the community. She is often sought out by not just parents and teachers in her own building, but many different community groups. They look to her for wisdom, guidance, and leadership. And there is a great amount of respect and admiration in the community for that. We also talked about, you'll see in this, and I won't read it. This is a publicly available document, but there was a lot of discussion of the fact that Dr. Hunter really works hard with her team and a large group of stakeholders to implement a vision. And then once that vision is established, there are many systematic goals that kind of come under that. And she does kind of, for want of a better word, knock through them pretty well. So between her vision and then the goals that follow them and the infrastructure to support them, we have a really compelling story here in terms of what it takes to build a really compelling and strong district. And I think that was kind of the overarching theme that you'll see in the general comments. As we scroll down, her goals, which we monitor and track throughout the year, she provides us with a tremendous amount of detail of she has met all of those, which again is tremendous and just sort of, I think, speaks to the organization and the dedication and the commitment to continuing to keep focused, attack those goals with a lot of rigor, and again, we're achieving them at every turn. Then we'll go into instructional leadership. Again, the superintendent enjoyed a proficient rating here. I think the highlights here are that we continue under Dr. Hunter's leadership, the tradition of academic excellence in Concord and Carlisle. We actually received some really compelling data that was compiled by the superintendent and her team in discussing that. It was high school data. And I do think that's important because in addition to being able to continue on with that tradition that has been a long-standing tradition here in Concord that the community really frankly expects, there's also been an expansion of what we are in Concord, and which is sort of inclusive, tolerant, really focusing on other groups that and those I think include like our diverse students with respect to race and sexual orientation, and also neurodivergence. So you'll also see that special education and the very narrow and laser focus on special education has been a strong suit of Dr. Hunter's. And I think one of the things that we highlight here is the continuum services into the middle school. What we did notice, I did notice, and it's in here as well, as we continue those services, I think this committee hopes and expects to see more discussion of that. How is it going? How are we going to move into the high school as we continue these kinds of things? and I thought that was compelling, and just to be something that's on your radar, something that we're interested
Debbie's
in.
bringing the high school,
Yeah.
because that's.
Well, and I even think for next year, and as we move forward, I think it's just part of what
came up
I think
today.
is important that we need and want to see. There were comments about our equity audit, that I think were very compelling. And then talking about the use of metrics, whether it's about academics or about some of the equity work that we do, that we'll be looking forward to seeing those again in the future. I think this was a year of establishing a lot of programs and services, and then the following years will be about sort of evaluating and seeing how we're doing. Additionally, I think I talked about in the overall summary, the compelling story we have about you creating a really stable infrastructure. And there was a comment that I thought was an interesting one about, as we build this infrastructure with the staff that you're putting together, talking about how those needs were established, you know, why were we picking these, you know, establishing new roles, what the need was, the expectations of those individuals, and then how we sort of see those roles becoming valuable moving forward. We can move on to management and operations. I think what's really interesting here is we talked a bit in this piece about the fact that the past 3 years have been fairly tumultuous, and managing an organization through tumultuous times is not always easy, and you did it with a tremendous amount of level-headedness and calm and poise, and really sort of became the shepherd through that storm. Again, we talk about in this category everything from being this sort of mundane, like a bell schedule, and again, but it's so complicated, and again, you achieved it, building consensus with your team, taking complex things, making them look seamless. Another thing that was pointed out was we onboarded a new assistant superintendent of finance and operations this year, which has been, you know, very successful.
It's only
We,
been a year.
well, not quite a half
Yeah,
year.
not even a
This year, we onboarded someone this year. So we appreciate your ability to quickly and smoothly establish a strong relationship with Mr. Conry, so that our work and as it intersects with your office has become very manageable. You know, again, one of the things that was pointed out is your diligence with respect to fiscal prudence and
Erin, can you
discipline.
scroll down a little
Oh,
bit?
sorry, I'm on
Just into the
standard 2.
comments, thank you.
You know, I think that your budget asks have consistently been below that of your predecessor. This year seemed to be an outlier, although it was almost exactly what we had predicted. And then there were some actually really good suggestions as we set our planning, I think, for August and September, about how to sort of start the school year. I included those in the summary because I thought they were really constructive, and also maybe to just keep a reminder for all of us to keep those in mind as we move forward. Then we go to standard 3, which is family and communications. You enjoyed an exemplary rating here. I think that there is extraordinarily broad consensus that this is what sets you apart as a leader. Your ability to command the respect of all stakeholders in the town. And I think someone even wrote, you are seemingly omnipresent in the community. And I think that kind of sums it all up right there. We have appreciated your inclusiveness and your responsiveness to all of our different stakeholders in Concord, Carlisle, and Boston. And the fact that you have done an extraordinary job with the working with the homeless shelter. That was done on a dime, and I know that was mentioned before, but if the way that these DCHD groups and the leadership team there talks about how Concord really has been exceptional and very different in how they have than what they've experienced in other towns with similar shelters. I think again is very and truly indicative of Dr. Hunter's leadership. I think, however, what's interesting is we concluded with this, you know, as we move towards a trickier financial future here in Concord, we need to remain, and you need to remain like very aware of trying to be ahead of issues, trying to, you know, continue to maintain the relationships that we have with the different town boards. I think that is going to be extremely important for you moving forward, and making sure that, you know, we continue to hear those messages and react accordingly. We'll move into standard 4, professional culture. This was really focused on this shared vision. I think that that was probably a focus indicator because of our renewal of the 5-year strategic plan. Here we talk about, with respect to professional culture, you have obviously an extraordinary team of building-based leaders and administrators, an extraordinary teaching team, that it seems to be, you know, a group of individuals that work really well together under your leadership. Everybody has a unified vision. They know what the vision is, and they know that we are executing it. And they understand, support, and are enthusiastic about that vision. And I don't know how much of you guys read like the MASC Twitter feed, for example. I don't think that that is common in all districts. As you sort of look around to different municipalities and school districts around the Commonwealth. So I think at that in and of itself, I think is fairly exceptional. Your DEIB efforts have been front and center this year. I think that is plain and clear for all to see. I think we've made a tremendous amount of progress, and we've talked about that here as well. I think that is a great accomplishment. The fact that we have brought together different needs, different community ideas about what the vision for the future here will be, and that you're always very inclusive with respect to listening. And I think that is very, very, very appreciated. And again, we bring up here too, you know, as we look towards continuing to collaborate with the disparate organizations and groups in town, we're going to need to leverage those communication skills that you are exemplary in to make sure that, you know, the professional culture and working together collaboratively continues to be a success story. That about summed it up. Again, it's all there for everyone to read and see. I hope that you guys all were able to look through it. And you know, if anyone wants to make any additional comments or has questions, open the floor.
Well, I want to thank you for doing the work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. No biggie. I like doing this. I love taking everyone's quotes and trying to make it sound like a single person did it. It's kind of a fun exercise for me. I actually enjoy it.
Good.
You nerd like that.
I was struck with the way in which comments from quite a number of people got put together in such a way that it actually flowed when we all worked on it independently. I do hope, Dr. Hunter, that you consider this over time a useful feedback mechanism to continue to guide you in your work here. Over a dozen times, we all referenced data and metrics, data and metrics, data and metrics. We didn't have any data and metrics here, however, to cite. And so one of my hopes is that in a year from now, we will cite some then benchmark data and some now achievement data so that we can be a little more assertive about supporting the superintendent around real movement in specific areas. I know that our survey work collects opinions and those are useful, but when we do real decision making, we need more than opinions from people. We need that idea of specific metrics that are called out here so many times. On page 6, I'll note that one of my colleagues references wanting to see, quote, a little bit more information, unquote, about how we're assessing our students. I would advocate for more than a little bit. I think this has to be an emphasis on our part, just as it is on Dr. Hunter's, as we emerge from the trials of the pandemic. And on page 8, a recommendation from a member. It would be helpful for the school administration to begin the fiscal year setting expectations with the school committees about various budget topics. And I would like to put a exclamation point on that. I think it's more than helpful. I think it's a necessary part of our role to be more engaged in the budget process than we have been this year. My experience of the budget process this year was, it was for me an up or down decision on a December recommendation that has remained unchanged. And that is what it is, but it's not a pattern I would want to repeat. I would like to see a school committee be more involved in budget development and budget deliberation in the future than we have been this year. All in all, however, I'm delighted that we're on a good path here. And thank you for the work. And thanks, Sarah, for the work.
Carrie, yeah?
Thank you, Sarah and Alexa, for pulling this together. But I think the real thanks is to Lori for not just efficient, I agree, sounds average, for just really extraordinary work over the last couple of years. You've been a true leader for this community, and I know that it's at a great cost to you from sleepless nights and fires and pandemics and so much chaos. You have just been a steady leader at a time when we're watching so many things implode in communities all around us. So thank you. And can we all be better? And do we all strive to be better? Absolutely. Do we all, as committee members, as students, as teachers, we all want to be better next year? Yes. Can we learn from some of this? I hope so, and get better together. Yeah. But thank you for all of your hard work.
I mean, my comment, is it my turn? You can comment. I just want to be sure, I mean, I don't do anything alone, like Kristen and Bob are here, the others aren't, but there's the depth of the team, and by team, it's the leadership team, but then beyond that, it's the circles of teacher leaders, and then beyond that, it's teachers in classrooms, and beyond that, it's parents, and then the amazing kids. Like, the systemic part's so important of why we are where we are, and so that's not an individual task by any stretch of the imagination. So I just want to be sure we name that.
And I think to Carrie's point, I have had such an eye this spring, especially on other communities in the Commonwealth who just really just do not have what we have. There is unprecedented amount of superintendent turnover. We don't have that. There's an unprecedented amount of turnover in the leadership teams. You have such a stable infrastructure. And when I think of, like putting it in a metaphor, the foundation of this district is so strong that, the house that you've built is just so well made. And I know I say this often to you, like, that story isn't like the foundation of the house isn't very sexy or pretty or interesting, but it's everything. And that to me personally is your story. You're the foundation of the house, and you and your team are the foundation of the house. And it just, no one cares about the foundation, but they should. And again, I just think, I think it's an apt metaphor, and we are grateful for that. And again, especially when you look elsewhere, we are enjoying the benefits of a very strong and stable foundation here in Concord and Carlisle. So thank you.
I just had one thing to add. When I sat down to do mine, I sat down to pick all my papers because I needed paper, I needed a computer, I needed it all. And looking at all of your evidence that you brought to us, and when you really clicked through, because I had to look at a paper and click through at the same time, and looking through all of the links that you provided and everything else, the evidence was all there. I was hoping there was a category for just like exceptional, because I do think your leadership has really been exceptional here. These standards of proficient, exemplary, I mean, proficient really is exceptional when you look at the MASC standard. I mean, I would agree with Gord on that, like completely. Like when we say proficient, that really is exceptional work that is done in this district. And it is under your leadership. And of course, we do have to thank the leadership team that you work with so closely. And that is evident every day. And when I was on the MASC website today, looking at 40 superintendent searches that have all gone on this year, we are just fortunate that you are here with us. And I really want to thank you for the time that you give to our kids, to our district, to our teachers, to the staff, and to the school committee, because it's a lot of time. And I just want to just publicly say that to you. So thank you for everything you've done. And I look at education over the past 3 years. I mean, it has never been like this. You have led through a storm, a pandemic, like what other words can we use? I don't know, but I mean, I really think that we have weathered that storm. And we're better for it. So thank you. Thank you all.
Domingos just texted me and said he's on Zoom. He would like to make a comment if he, I don't know if you're on screen, Domingos.
Sorry, guys. Thank you. I'm not on screen. I'm not feeling too great today, but I just wanted to chime in on this point. Great work, team, for putting that together. Great evaluation. As a new member to this body, I just wanted to add, you know, Dr. Hunter, we appreciate the work that you're doing, especially for the families here in Boston and the way that you are going about making the difference. As you can see, you have two family members on the school committee due to the work that this district is doing to push forward equality. We look forward to extending this relationship and building off of it so we can continue this for years to come. We don't want it to be just a, you know, one or two terms type thing. We want to see this be embedded in Concord's history, to be a pioneer and something that's not being done across 33 different school districts. We're one of 33 who have representatives on 2 levels to make sure that the voices are being heard. So I wanted to say thank you. I'm just getting to know you. You've gone through so much on a personal level. You know, there's an experience that you experienced that no other district has dealt with, and the way you went about it and the way you bringing other voices to the table and you being a leader that I can represent and also respect. And I appreciate, you know, what you are trying to accomplish, and any way that I can be an assistance to you as a person and as a parent, not as a board member, but as a parent and a person. I look forward to building that relationship because I do see the brighter days ahead of us. And like the Tracy said a second ago, going through the pandemic, that was something that was like heavy. The last time we experienced something like this as a community was 1919, the Spanish flu. 100 years later, we're in a space where technology has given us the opportunities to expand communities. So I just wanted to say, I look forward to this upcoming 23-24 season, and any way I can help, please reach out.
Thank you so much, Domingos. And Taisha too. I'm sure we're going to talk about that itself at some point, but your participation here has been really amazing and important.
Absolutely.
And can I just add?
Yeah.
Everyone had said everything. So they've taken all the words. I have to say very quietly, very authentically.
Thank you.
Moving on.
All right, so okay, now we're gonna thank you, Dr. Hunter. We are gonna move on to our assistant superintendent update from Mr. Conway. So he had some questions from our last meeting, so we're just gonna review some of that.
Yeah, so at our last meeting at Medco headquarters, there were some questions on the budget transfers for CCRSD. So I did look into those and just wanted to report on them. First question related to an adjustment to other district administration. We had initially budgeted 98,000. I'm just going to round to thousands. That's okay. 98,000 changed to other district administration, and that was for a Medco position. We restructured Medco position. It did result in net addition to staffing, but in the general fund, we no longer have it budgeted, so the favorable adjustment to remove it from the budget was the restructuring, do the restructuring of the Metco support. The curriculum directors piece was due to, in large part, to contract services for diversity, equity, and inclusion, 40,000. Within the curriculum directors lines, there's also some supplies and materials lines, multiple lines that we had to spend some additional funding for, but the bulk of that $74,000 increase was for DEI contract services. The other two items that I recall, I had notes that Sarah had asked about were the counselor and the school psychologist. So the guidance position did increase. That was to backfill for a school psychologist that was hired to fill in as dean of students through the restructuring of the main office, principal's office, and support. So the guidance increase was to backfill for the school psychologist, and the psychologist decrease was to have the school psychologist fill in as dean of students for this school year. Those were the main items I had notes on. There was an additional couple I'll comment on. The medical therapeutic services line 2320 increased. That was to fund the speech language pathologist to complete the staffing for the language-based program at the high school. And I think those are the ones that I recall questions on. I don't recall, I don't have notes that there were questions on the CPS side.
I think Sarah has a question. She's online. Sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
Just have a question about going forward with this guide, with the psychologist adjustment, like next year with this new, the new vice principal and dean of student, new positions there, right? Are like, where are we going to be in terms of the psychology, like the psychologist staffing, right? Because so basically we're sort of short one psychologist, but the psychologist was the dean of students, and so not really short one. Is there a plan to fill that position, or are we comfortable where we are?
Yeah. Good question. So she's going to slide back to the position that she had because we hired external candidates for the assistant principalships. So we will be fully staffed in psychology. That said, there's a lot of discussion of kind of how we're allocating psychologists and counselors. And I think we'll be excited to bring you more updates on that, given the needs of the kids. But she's going to slide back to where she was before she stepped into the main office. And just a reminder, all that initial shuffling happened was because we were without a high school principal, at least, very suddenly at the beginning of the year. So we're really grateful to Christina Johnson for her willingness to step up and serve in the office. And she's going to go back and do great things in the psychology role.
Do we then have a dean opening? So there'd be 2 assistant principals, dean, 2 principals? So the dean goes away again?
Yes.
I think we had an update on it. It's just renamed as assistant. There's assistant principal student life, assistant principal of curriculum and instruction, and 2 co-principals. So
Thank you.
still 4
Okay.
bodies. It's just a different title.
Thank you.
And we had talked in a prior meeting, we're working on identifying ways to pay for the one incremental position, and we've identified some now, but we'll share that when we have more complete information.
Great. All right, any other questions for Bob? No? Okay. All right, which brings us to budget transfers, and Bob's going to help me with this too. So I've done a little research since our last meeting on how different school committees are doing budget transfers. I've been in touch with MASC, I've been in touch with our chairs group, and what I've learned is we're all kind of saying the same thing, but we're doing it a little differently. So historically, we have, and anyone can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but we do an end of the year kind of cleanup of the budget. Some other place, we always get there, I like to call it the subject formerly known as variance reports or quarterly reports. So we have the quarterly reports, where we're seeing adjustments. Now, some school committees see adjustment/transfer, some see transfer. Our category says adjustments. So I think that there was probably some confusion in our last meeting, but I do think we're all in agreement. This is part of our role. So now the question is, how are we gonna roll this out? So we are now in the third quarter. We are gonna have to clean everything up at the end of the year, and we're gonna have to take a vote at the end of the year, which will likely happen in June. So where do we kind of stand right now? Do we want to start July 1, making this a process for our committee? So we'll do our cleanup in June, and July 1 every quarter. We're gonna see it from Bob. Bob and I, well, Alexa, Bob, Lori and I had some discussion about if we want that line to say adjustment/transfer. Do you want to say transfers? I think we're just looking for some clarity and some consensus amongst the group. But I do think we're all actually in agreement. It's just a function of how we're gonna do it going forward. So certainly if anyone has any opinions or thoughts on that, I will just open it up. Alexa.
So our fiscal year opens July 1st, right? So in theory, if like we would vote the transfers on October, is that right? So we would have a quarterly report, July, August, September, October.
Yep.
In October,
Yeah.
is this, or the end of September? Like, but it would be in October for the 3 months of July, August, September. So we would vote in October, like in the first meeting of the year.
Which sometimes there
November,
aren't
December,
actually
January.
transfers there at that first meeting.
Right, well, right, obviously if there's,
Right.
okay, then again, in the first meeting in January, right?
Yeah,
April.
Great.
April, because we
April.
are.
I mean, I'm doing it
right
on my
now.
calendar.
So we just
Right.
saw it at our last meeting.
April,
April.
and then
It's the third
again,
quarter.
June.
June for the.
So
end of
that's,
Or July. It'd be-
No,
I guess
July,
you don't-
it was closed out. before July.
July,
the-
okay.
No, it's June.
We would-
June,
don't
okay.
meet
we have to
usually in
do it.
So you'd have the vote. in
You have to
July.
do it before the.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure.
So we would actually, we could share, but I did in the last district, because we shared at the last school committee in June.
Yeah.
We shared where we were. And then when you go through the end of the year and you're closing out POs and you have balances, there's things that shift. We would do the first school committee meeting, when the school committee came back in August, we had them both the final numbers, which could potentially be, typically were different from the end of June, not by a lot, but you just needed to have the final numbers signed off on by
Yeah.
school.
But for the region, don't we need to vote E and D?
You vote E and D as part of the budget process, so
But don't we need to close it out before July 1st?
there's no, we don't. By July 1st, E and D gets certified through after we close. the
No, but if
books.
we have extra money in our, that's fiscal year budget. So we need, if it's gonna be over 5%, then we need to figure something out before.
It'll get returned to the towns in the assessment, or we would know, we would
But don't we
forecast that ahead of
prepay
time.
and do, I mean, I don't wanna get into
Usually
that.
the
Yeah.
transfers that we bring you in June, which is where you've been
Right.
most
Yeah, yeah.
formalized about it for sure, is to address
Right, so I think we're-
prepays or any of that. So we
The
aren't over
transfers is a little bit
5%.
different than our
Yeah.
end of the year work, so I'm not trying to.
Right,
mix
so,
that up.
but I think we're all actually talking about the same thing,
Yeah.
right? And I think it's just been, even when I've talked to other school committees about it, like I talked to Sudbury, for example, they had Tracy come and do this exact thing in Sudbury. So Sudbury, they really wanted to formalize it. So her entire presentation was on, and I can share it with you guys. A lot of it was on transfers and how to make this happen and how to do votes. She shared with me motion language. So it's really just us. We need to really formalize how we're gonna do this, because we're all looking for the same thing. And I'm definitely open to ideas as to how we start it, when we start it. Everybody has different opinions on that. There's no broad consensus of the best way to do it when we're looking to kind of start it properly. So I posed the question, and I'll put you on this call, Bob, I posed it to Bob, I'm like, what do you think? Because I do think that, are we doing it now? Are we doing it starting next year, starting with July 1, and we just close out our year in June to make it cleaner? Or are we gonna vote the quarter? Yeah,
I believe we should keep it simple. I believe we don't really have a choice about exercising some modest amount of fiscal oversight. I think quarterly is about as modest as you can get. I don't think that's a big stretch. I don't think quarterly is unusual. I don't think it's so difficult that it has to be postponed. I don't think this school committee or other school committees have used the budget scrutiny as an exercise to cause difficulties for the district, and nor do I anticipate that happening. I think that the end of year takes whatever time it takes. We used to say around here that June 30th is the longest day of the year because it takes minimally 2 weeks in a good year to close everything out. So I think these numbers are ready when they're ready, but I believe that quarterly is a minimal expectation. And if anybody is has a more critical eye on the money than this school committee does, well and good, they're entitled to it. I think they too would want to see at least a quarterly. I think if we do less than that, then we ourselves aren't close enough to our own budget to really claim any sincere sense of responsibility for it.
Yeah, I would propose, I think we need to vote on it.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry,
talking
you
about
talk
really
first.
elevating a normal practice, because we do review the quarterly variance reports already. So we're just talking about codifying our interaction with it, correct?
I concur with
Yes.
that
Yeah.
completely. And again, I think, a lot of, I think of this like a lot of that, we didn't have a budget workshop till February. But I think of so much of the work that we did in like August, September, and even into October was about trying to establish infrastructure, how important that is from the superintendent's evaluation in our own committee, and best practices that will outlive and outlast the 7 and 9 of us at this table. And so I think this is a necessary part of that. And I certainly would, I would seek to adopt this, and again, sort of like, I think Sarah said it perfectly, codify the practice that we're doing and just formalize it. And again, I like this October, January, April, last meeting in June as a schedule. I think that would be my proposal, to adopt that for next year. I think that's, again, Tracy Novick has very clearly articulated its best practice. I am very interested in ensuring that this committee abides by MASC best practice. So I'm in favor of this all around.
Yeah. Kara, did you have something? I thought you raised your hand.
No,
Sorry.
it's redundant at this point.
Okay.
So we're all saying the
Good, we're
same
all saying
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah.
No. So it brings us to, and I didn't put a vote on the agenda of anything. I just really wanted to have this discussion because I think it's important. It's important that we all realize that from a communication perspective, because that is one of our school committee goals this year, that we are all actually talking about the same thing and we're all in agreement. And I just, it might not have sounded that way, I think, at our last meeting, but I think that we're all in agreement on this. So we can look to make this our best practice, vote on our quarterly transfers, and I'm gonna, Bob, I don't know if you prefer adjustment/transfer in that column.
That's the way
I
it
don't
comes
know
out
if
of the system.
preference-
We can
okay.
relabel it, but it's.
You
it is
don't
the
have to relabel it, but
adjustments.
then.
Does anyone on this
Does anyone
committee
have
have
a
a preference? That column is currently named adjustment.
We're going to approve whatever the column says, if we understand it, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
And are you suggesting that we start this up July 1? Is that the recommendation at this point, or immediately?
I'm gonna leave it to the committee. I think it's a committee decision with what we're gonna do.
Is there anything messy about doing it late in the game? Like, I don't know. I have no idea.
If now is when we're catching on to this as best practice, then let's catch on
I
to
kind
this
of
as
agree.
best practice.
I don't think
not a
it's
big thing.
changing to, all it's doing is adding a motion and formalizing.
But I think we should do it our next meeting. I really don't like
Yes.
voting on things that are
Right.
not on the agenda.
Which
Unless
is
it's an
why we
emergency.
didn't, and that's
Right.
why I stopped
I'm
it at
not-
the
no
last one.
criticism,
Sorry,
not-
no,
no.
because I agree. I mean,
I
that's
think we should
why
have
we didn't
discussion
vote on
first.
it.
That's great.
So I just wanted discussion here.
Yeah.
I will add it as an action item and we'll,
For our next
For
meeting,
our
we're gonna have the
next
same
meeting-
old school committee, because the next meeting,
yes,
no.
well,
Yeah. And I think, Cynthia, you bring up a good point. I think, again, going back to,
Oh, do you mean Carlisle?
Yeah. right. Going back to what I said about creating a really strong infrastructure that outlasts the individuals at this table, that is of best practices that, again, outlive and outlast us. You know, I think one of the, and going back to sort of what you said, even about not wanting to take a vote this evening, I think last week did remind me of the fact that one of the protocols and norms, I don't remember which practices protocols is this spirit of no surprises. So I think it really is important when any of us have concerns or suggestions or ideas, it really is imperative that we share them in advance of the meeting, because, you know, we always are trying to show to the public our best foot. In this case, this is something we all agreed upon, but because it was such a surprising, you know, thing that no one had planned on it, it creates confusion in the meeting. So I think this was a good case study that reminds us to go back to those best practices and our practices and protocols to make sure that, you know, when you have a suggestion as a school committee member, just alert the chair. If you have a question, just ask the chair and we can work that kind of thing out in advance so that everyone can be prepared in the meeting.
And I would say, like,
do
even
think-
if you want something, sorry, I'm sketching all of your stuff. And I would also say that if, like Carrie today said, you left the policies off the agenda. If there's something that you don't see on the agenda, absolutely alert us and we will update the agenda, or if there's something you want to see, you know, send an
I don't
email.
think I said it quite like that.
What?
Did you want to include?
Did you
me?
want to? Yes, she did. Did you want to include them? And we're like, oh my gosh. Because town meeting gets a little busy. So I appreciated the reminder, and we
Your agenda.
always are open to feedback, suggestions, additions to the agenda. Because there are, you know, there
So
are.
we go
Creating
home
agenda
tonight,
for
start that
school
next agenda.
I,
Put
well,
that on
yeah,
there.
that's what we do. Start the agenda, like. okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, so I'm gonna close that out. So that
On this-
concludes budget transfers for this evening.
Oh,
Oh,
I have a
sorry,
comment
Sarah, go ahead.
on the topic of it being a surprise. I think, like, we've talked. I know it's pain. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, I swear. Talking, I just don't have a voice. On this topic, like saying that this is a learning lesson, right? This is a conversation that I think we've had on and off over the past year. Like we had a question about it almost exactly a year ago, as I remember, like, and we talked about it with our MASC liaisons. So I think something to think about going forward is how, when a topic that's important comes up, like if we have conversations that are in fits and starts, right? How to track them a little better.
You know,
Because I mean, I understand that like it was a surprise in the meeting, but in the sense of like, if you look at the whole year, it's not like, oh, this question come from, right? Like, so there's that, which is it's just something to learn to navigate, I think.
Yeah, and it did force me to look into some other school committee documents of other school committees, because that's like my other favorite thing to do. And Sudbury has a great document that has like every vote that they've ever taken, like they do it twice a year. So within 6 months, here are all the votes we've taken. There's a column of, and I think they probably use the Picto chart, which I'm gonna look into that Elson Wiki sent, because it looks lovely. So they have all their votes, they have looking other items that have come up, and you see it all in one place. So it's very public facing. So it's a good reminder to keep it on your mind when you're creating the agenda. So thank you for that. All right, I'm gonna keep moving on because we have a few more things to do tonight, as you can see. So yes, so item E, review of the Concord Town Meeting Article 16, which is the budget. I'm gonna give this to Dr. Hunter and to Bob to just do a quick.
Really, this is to show you a preview of the slides. The content hasn't changed because the regional budget was settled months ago and hasn't changed since. So we just wanted to be sure you get to see a preview of the slides. These are the slides used at the public hearing in Concord. So there's not really anything particularly new here. We just didn't want you to not see them before Sunday. So I think it's as simple as that.
The
Yep.
the font size might need to change. to
Change,
meet this-
okay.
the-
I did.
But the
print
content
this one, I
is the
think it's good, yeah.
Okay.
Any questions or comments on the regional side? Yeah, Cynthia.
So, chapter revenue. I think people are gonna want to hear about if there's changes, if it's the same. What are we expecting?
Chapter 70.
70, 71?
Well, I guess that's a question since nothing's formally
Right, but what's
done at the state level,
trending?
making its way through.
This,
It's not bad news?
70 won't be bad. 70 won't be any news. 70 is pretty much not gonna change from what we see. 71 potentially is good news,
Uh-huh.
but not guaranteed.
And then, are we planning for expecting shelter expenses or revenues to be an impact to FY 24?
Well, so the most
I mean, it
recent.
might be a question.
Yeah, no, and it's evolving, obviously. The most recent information, we're going to get the per pupil subsidy. We're eligible to start filing for that in June, and it'll go back to March when the kids first
Yep. For
onboarded.
this year. Yeah.
Transportation, there's 100% reimbursement is holding in all of the budget drafts.
Mhm.
The timing is gonna be the problem. So that, there's been no change to that. Right now, it's still a year out, so I'm staying very close at their request with Desi and Simon Cataldo and anyone who will listen about the need for it's more process than intent, like the 100% money seems to be sticking. It's how the timing of the money and when they get it to us, so we're not outboarding hundreds of thousands of dollars and then waiting for reimbursement years later.
And the additional admin FTE, you've said to us already, there's no budget impact.
Right, we're still working
So
through,
you will give us more detail.
Yeah.
But it's not necessary
so
to.
this time of year, all the FTEs, even at the teaching level, because I don't know if zero base is exaggerating it, but we place staff in sections based on kids.
Mhm.
So we actually will have ups and downs to FTEs, so somebody might be 0.75 this year and they'll go to 0.5 next year, or vice versa. So we're in the thick of all of that, and then we'll be sure that anything we can't save within the FTEs through attrition or class consolidations or whatever else, we're already looking at other spots. to
Because enrollment
balance
is
it.
fairly well known with Concord and Carlisle, but there's some changes that you can't predict, but they're not significant
Right.
usually, right?
I think
Kids who
that's
come
fair,
and
yeah.
go.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
And I do think we could consider writing another advocacy letter to try and get funding sooner, like that might be if that's helpful to you.
Yeah,
We
I
can
can't
discuss
hurt.
doing that at some point, like from the
Yeah.
school committee, just to try and really push to get us funding sooner. Is it still 18 months?
Yeah.
18
On
months.
paper,
On
so,
paper, yeah.
and I'm still working through who we're advocating with most specifically, now that the funding seems pretty solid. Is the audience Desi? It does sort of sound that way.
Okay.
So more than.
Okay.
So
Because
that's
the
just-
local reps don't have a hand in the, like, organization.
how.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
almost
Like us.
policy and procedure like we have, and they don't have a hand in the how.
Yeah. That would be helpful, and as soon as you can identify someone, I think collectively we.
Great, okay.
That'd be interesting.
Write some letters. Okay, anyone else on the regional budget? No, okay. Audit cell phone tower, very exciting news, Bob, oh, sorry. Yeah, Cory.
Yeah, can we just reaffirm, when are we meeting Sunday? Vis-a-vis high school
So the
budget, et
meeting,
cetera?
the meeting starts at 1, weren't we gonna call the order at 12:30?
Yeah,
30, half hour
12:30 is
before,
right
did you say
now.
half hour before?
Fine.
I think we should call to order at noon.
I think you, based on this Concord meeting you're gonna have tonight, I think is gonna determine that.
Okay, so why don't we
But
say?
even before, it takes, we usually we've met historically, like in the learning commons, it like, not to be so like specific, it takes some time to, oh, are we in the gym now? Or are we on the lawn?
We're in the gym.
Go, Jim.
We're in
Oh,
the-
Inside.
okay, so
we're
that's
in the
much easier. I
gym,
just remember the
so-
COVID
Yeah,
days when we
COVID
were
days
walking up to the
outside.
turf. So yeah, okay, but I still think possibly noon.
The select board are gonna go to the cafeteria for lunch
There,
at noon,
yes.
right? You were there last
Yeah.
year.
Yes, yeah, so I think that we should go to the learning commons if
Good.
Dr. Hunter could book the school, or I could book it if you want me to just book it?
No,
you
Erin's
do
gonna
that.
do all
Erin's
of
gonna
that.
do it. Okay, okay, thank you, Erin. So Learning Commons, and we have no budget for lunch, so bring your own lunch. How about that?
Be a bad look to bring a sumptuous lunch.
Right,
right?
so
Yeah.
you're- something with.
What time again? 12
I
o'clock?
think let's
I
mark
think we
12.
should do noon, just in
12,
case.
I
thank
think
you.
we should.
Thank you.
Can I
Okay.
just say that, I just want to note, I won't say this on
Yes.
Sunday, but Sunday is my daughter's 4th birthday. So I will be there as much as I can, but I am not gonna stay for the whole meeting.
Okay, here, I'm gonna note something also, so I'm celebrating my oldest daughter's 23rd birthday Sunday evening, but what I did hear last night,
Mm.
and correct me if I'm wrong, is that no new business will be taken up after 5:30.
Okay.
The
I have
intent
a
is
6:30
close.
reservation in the north end, so I gotta get there. And the intent is to close town meeting at 6 o'clock, and then it would continue on to Monday.
Okay.
Should I add to the birthday? I
Yeah, go
actually,
ahead.
my birthday's Saturday.
Saturday.
I have to be at town meeting on my birthday, which I have done in the past, so my gift
Do
is
they-
Saturday.
Do they have an order of articles? Are they just gonna march through them?
I think they're just gonna march,
I
but like
haven't
the
heard they
consent
aren't.
calendar, I haven't heard.
There's no
anything
timed
otherwise.
articles this
Yeah.
year.
I-
There are a bunch of consent articles.
Yeah.
Needless to say, but nothing timed. No,
Okay.
no high interest
Right,
with a particular
right.
time, no.
So
Go back
can I
to
just
that
clarify on the
lunch
posting for Sunday, to post for a joint meeting, we need to be sure poor Sharon or Sarah are coming.
Do we
Oh,
really
Or are we
need
just
a joint
posting-
meeting?
Why don't we just all, let's
Why
just
do we
all
need a
hold
joint
it
meeting?
and we'll
We
clarify.
don't need a joint meeting.
I'm not,
We
I don't think you need a joint meeting.
I can't be
No.
there.
Okay, you got the day off.
It's like, I don't think we do it.
Oh, right,
Concord meeting.
100%.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
a
that's
Concord
what
meeting,
public
yes,
meetings,
good
it won't have
point.
to get posted
Welcome.
by-
So you can go to your birthday party.
You can go to all your,
Okay.
all
You
your.
can go to my daughter's birthday party.
Okay, so we're posting a CPS meeting at noon on Sunday.
I think so,
Yes, no,
yeah.
yes.
But it is good to publicly say that it's your daughter's birthday, because then people won't think you're rude when you walk up. It's
mean-
okay.
I just, yeah.
Family first.
Family first.
Family first, okay. All right, I'll move on to the cell phone tower.
Yep.
All right, so Bob and I, along with Tim from facilities, did a walkthrough of the high school campus of 2 areas that they have. Well, I'll go back. There are 3 areas. There are potentials for a cell phone tower, but the third we all decided is really not feasible at all. And even Verizon said it's not feasible. So we met with Verizon. If you can envision kind of, if you had someone run cross country in those woods in the back, or there's a practice field, there's a lacrosse ball, like that grass field. The area, it really abuts almost Route 2 and.
My husband voted for that.
He
He
did-
said, he looked at the map, he said, that's where it's going.
Yeah, that's where it is. So.
The cross ball.
Behind the ball, yes, right there.
He's gonna be pretty excited.
He should be really excited about it. So we learned a few things. I know a lot more about cell phone towers than probably I did earlier this year. If you'd like to see what it's gonna look like, I suggest there are 6 cell phone towers in Concord, but drive by the one at the Middlesex School campus and you will see it. It is down by like their skating rink. We took a little ride by.
I actually
and-
have some pictures I can send.
We have
What is the
pictures.
heights? That's gonna be.
So it is like 25 feet above the tree line, like 125 feet, Bob, is that
I
kind
think
of
it's
what we're talking about?
129 is the number I remember.
129.
I don't know why it's 9, but.
So you picture where those trees, you're gonna see it. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna be really clear. You're gonna see it.
The top
It
of
is
it.
the top of it. It is, there is we would have to file for a variance with the town because it is a little bit under the 1,000 feet of the school building. And the only other thing that I am just gonna bring up that I think that we should talk about is, well, first of all, the priority is safety for our kids on that campus and for anyone visiting the campus, because there is no cell reception. There have been medical emergencies, there have been mental health emergencies, there have been bus issues, all sorts of things happen outside of the school building where there is no landline. So I need to say that again, safety is the priority on that
But
campus.
will it provide the coverage that you're looking for all
Yes.
the way on the other side of the campus?
So, I asked the question, will they have coverage inside the school building? And also outside? Yes, absolutely, the whole campus will have it, because it's a big giant cell phone tower, let's just call it what it is.
What is the reach of the tower that's
He
on?
told us one.
He told
time.
us But the thing is, in the Concord issue, there needs to be, the one at Tricon is going in.
Oh,
That doesn't, it's going in the steeple.
Not necessarily. The select board last night said they don't even want Tricon mentioned because there's no contract yet.
They're, we'll say that they're in process, and Verizon let us know that they're in
Right,
process.
right. And just
There's
to,
no contract.
as of
right.
last night, select board decided if in a month they haven't executed Plan A that you just described, the town will go to its Plan B.
And what is their plan B? Did
They
they say what
didn't
it was?
divulge that either,
I
but
would
it's
love to
public,
know
but
the
it's
plan.
public property somewhere.
Yeah.
So now, to my knowledge, now this was a few years ago, there was the thought of where the current solar farm is across from two. That was a possibility for a cell phone tower. I don't know if that's been investigated since that time. But I was wondering if we could maybe ask the select board or the town manager as a school committee, like, we have a safety issue at our high school. And we're investigating this at the high school, but could we ask them to look again and maybe advocate as a committee to look again at that spot to get us coverage up on campus?
And
not
coordinate
necessitate.
this one with whatever their Plan A
Yes.
or Plan B
Yes.
is, because maybe that
100%,
makes a little bit of a difference.
coordinated.
Yeah.
I think it should be coordinated, and I really think that we're gonna generate a little bit of revenue. It's not much.
Not enough to be
It's not
a
enough.
factor.
No,
Yeah.
it's not enough to be a factor.
We thought it might be.
But all I really care about is safety on that campus. And, you know, we've had people write into us about safety. I've brought some things to you about, you know, investigating, like they have on college campuses, like blue lights, which are like outside landlines. I'm not sure that we can even do those because you need cell phone coverage for that. So like, we're just investigating other options of what can we do right now? Because we were asked by a member of the community, what are you gonna do right now?
So what is the timeline?
So it's gonna take a year to 18 months. If we were to go forward and the RFP goes out and Verizon bids on it, they get awarded it. They said other people will probably not bid on it because we don't pay a thing to them. They do it all. They don't need to put, and Bob, if I miss anything, just feel free to jump in. They don't need to put asphalt down. They can put something that we can use here in Concord that will not.
Not permeable.
It'll be
Not- yeah.
yeah, it won't be impervious.
Yeah. So it's of no cost to us, but it's a benefit to our campus.
I mean, I know, just to say what you all know, you know, this has been a top concern of mine and police and fire chiefs for my entire tenure, which is 6 years now.
Yeah.
And something's got to happen.
Yeah.
It's great that we've started to exercise what might be within our purview. I think a town conversation makes sense again to see where they're at. Verizon's been clear, you need 2 towers to get this right, because one on our campus, should it be, doesn't cover downtown and vice versa. So reconnecting with them, they've been staying engaged at a less formal level while they talk with them and we talk with them and whoever else talks with them. Probably time to sync back up before definitive plan is made.
I don't want to be alarmist, but
Yeah.
it'd be very nice to have this in place before 2025.
Oh, I want it in place as soon as possible. I mean,
Well,
like,
you said
literally.
2 years or
Well,
a year and a half,
that's-
and 2025 is going to tax our infrastructure and.
I think
every
that's
way.
the number, the year that a lot
That's
of
what
people are
we're
thinking
driving
about,
at,
so.
Well, how do you sync up with the town? What, like, who does that?
So we've stayed at a very informal level. There's a couple of people on Carrie LaFleur's team that have been doing some of this discussion with Verizon. But again, I think it's been very low level because there's all these moving pieces. So
Yeah.
I think a more formal discussion with maybe with Carrie and the select board, whether it's chair to chair
Yeah.
or whatever way to make it happen.
Because
So,
I think,
yeah.
I think the chief concern would be the best way to do this would be to coordinate so that the coverage is not duplicative.
Yeah.
And it gives you as much breadth of coverage as possible. You know, there are sort of 2 issues. One is the breadth of coverage, right? Like the area. And then the other thing is, like, for lack of a better way to put it, the depth of coverage. Like when you have density in town, you need, so you need a lot of coverage. And then you talk about 2025 and more.
More uses
Bodies
in
in
the town.
So I think that coordinating with the select board or town manager, whoever has the purview, would be wise, because we want to make sure that we get it right. And it could be that the campus is not the most optimal place for it. It could be, for example, as Tracy
Like-
mentioned, where the solar
Solar
is.
field is.
And we,
That's Walden Pond's side of that, correct?
yes,
It's,
We tried to park the buses there, and
yeah,
I don't know if you remember the
Yeah,
feeling
yeah.
about.
and I also think that like, it's a different time, the world is different, the
Yeah.
safety needs are different, schools are
The
really
ubiquity of-
different. Like, I think that it's worth investigating it with the town, and maybe we start with like a meeting.
I think you
Chair
can
to
just
chair. with
decide
chair,
if
yeah.
you wanna reach out to the chair of the
do we think that
select
that's
board,
why?
or have me reach out? to
Well, the other
Sherry?
thing is to
I think we'll start
reinvestigate
together.
the downtown, putting it downtown, which was rejected 7 years ago, as you said, a different time, because you could potentially see the cell tower from Old North Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But might not hold water these days.
yeah, like you just don't know where people are at, so I think that,
But I think we should be very public about it,
yeah,
because, there will be some people who aren't thrilled, and
Yeah.
so, I
We've
think-
already heard.
we've heard
a little
it,
bit.
and
A
we
little
do,
bit.
we've heard a little bit, but I think that I'm hearing more from people, and I do have kids at the high school, I'm hearing more from the safety perspective of the high school. I can't get in touch with my kid. I was actually in the high school signing diplomas, and my kid was sick, and I didn't get a phone call. I was literally in the building, and I was like, but this is classic.
You need to be
like-
on the Wi-Fi,
Like the
man.
nurse is calling, like I can't, and even when it didn't matter. Now, I will say Verizon did say we will have coverage in the building, as long as there are windows in the building, there should be coverage in the building. The only case where that's difficult and challenging is in the cafeteria.
Get
Because
those
that's
cell
where the
phone
bar
motels
is.
go.
Well, But it will be better. We have landlines in the building. The outside is really, we need something like that.
We don't want the kids on their phones all day, though. Yeah.
Well, but I will say the thing that has changed significantly at the high school is, kids are required for their cell phones
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
caddy.
That's what I'm saying. Get the
Significantly, so they're
hotels
not- And
fully
they all
booked.
have a computer. They have a computer in their classroom all day long. So I think that,
It's easier to put the computer away than the cell phone.
yeah, but the cell phones literally sit on.
Oh, I know.
with the number on it.
It works.
So it works, and they're doing it at the high school, so.
Good.
Kudos to them. All right, so that's cell phone tower, and then we'll just.
So stay tuned on
Stay
that.
tuned.
Yeah.
Um,
Hi,
Yeah, Sarah.
in the interim, is there like, how often, do we ever do like audits on the coverage of our modems? Right, just to see if it's worth it, where the ranges break up, because I know on the communications I have with my kids, it's really like hit or miss on different, if I can get through to them on where they are, and can I get through on WhatsApp, or can I get through a text message, and so it may be that, for now, for some of that outside piece or something, if we do some kind of audit of where the range is going, and there might be holes that can be filled in, just to,
Maybe we're gonna invite IT to talk with you. Our poor IT team, every time I complain, goes back out, they try to add another responder sort of thing. They're looking at it now. They've added a couple outside to try to push Wi-Fi as far out as we possibly can. They can't boost a cell signal that isn't there. That's how they,
Right.
in the layperson way they say it to me,
Yeah.
Lori, there's no signal to boost.
There's-
But they are trying to boost the Wi-Fi as far as they can, because most phones in a Wi-Fi duplicative mode
Yeah.
will pick it up. So there's one now in the score tower on the field, which none of us know is enough, so they're checking on that one. They've done a couple outside. We had a big issue with a student and I complained loudly and they put a few more out. It's never gonna be enough, but I'd love to have them come. I
Yeah,
think next time we talk, I think it'd be helpful for you to hear their efforts to figure out what they have.
yeah, because
You're
don't
not
they
wrong,
also,
Sarah. I'm just
don't-
validating that we're working at that, yeah.
because don't they also sell boosters? I remember when my daughter was in middle school, she did a science fair project because Carlisle's signal is so bad. She made a homemade cell phone booster, like out of metal and stuff that she put in the highest point in the house to reach, like, went through like state science fair for this, but then it turns out you can actually buy these things too, is what we found. I don't know if it's something viable for the school at all, but I know a number of families in Carlisle actually have like cell phone boosters that they buy that increases the signal within the house.
Yeah.
We'll ask Peter to
Well,
join us.
yeah. Okay, so more to come on the cell phone tower, potentially. I would like to investigate those blue lights a little bit further.
They're doing that right now.
Yeah, right, so.
I don't know how fast.
We're gonna bring more to you throughout the spring, because I do think now is our time. And if we were to do something like the blue lights, that does cost more money. So that is money. But we're gonna have to talk
So
about that.
when do you think we will discuss this again?
Again, well, I think we'll just keep putting it on the agenda. So today, our next meeting in May,
The 9th.
if we have anything new to update you on the 9th, we will. Verizon is willing to come here and present to us.
Sure, so if somebody could just do a little Google Earth with the dot where you think it's gonna go approximately.
That's in the, did you guys get that? And the reports that we sent, did we send that? Did we forward those on?
I don't think so.
Of where the spots were? I thought I sent the 3 spots. All right, I'll forward it to you. Yeah, because they do have that. They have exactly where they would place it there. One spot is better than another because it doesn't disrupt the cross-country course either at all.
But do any of the other spots, are they close to property?
No, the 2 are in those woods at the high school.
Okay.
Next to the grass field up
Yeah.
above.
Yep, no, fine.
One
Yeah.
might,
I walked over there the other day.
teeter into that cross-country spot, which we don't want to do.
Yeah.
So the other one doesn't impede it at all.
They have to be a certain distance from the railroad track, so we can't back too far.
Good.
I did ask about a stealth tower, which they do not want to do, which is to make it look like a little tree on the top.
Yeah.
And they will not do that.
Why?
Because it's not possible. It's a lot of maintenance, everything else, and he keeps telling me it's not possible, but I just keep asking every time we meet with him.
And they don't fool anybody.
I know, I'll just keep asking.
Like that.
But dry, if you see the one on Route 2,
But
that's.
they are
what's going
better,
on.
yeah.
They're a little bit better.
You think about it.
Yeah, a little better. And Middlesex, you'll see, and Middlesex just got sick of it. They were like, our kids are living here and
Yeah.
had no service, so.
Next
All right.
time, don't ask, you can tell them you're gonna put it in the RFP, and see, at the school committee side, and see what they say. See how they respond.
We'll just see what they say.
They are paying the bill. I think they might win this.
I
battle.
know, that's right.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, I want to keep track. All right, mental health forum. So we had, that is on our goals for this year, is to do our mental health forum. Given the fact that it is April and we had one day available that I think we had to save the date, it would be my recommendation to move this till September. I do not think we're gonna have a robust enough discussion about it. I think we could really take more time in planning it and to really say like, okay, everybody's talking about the mental health crisis. What are we gonna do about it? And to really talk about what are some things that we're doing within our schools to do that. And the best time really to do that is in the fall. So we're not gonna meet that goal this year if we move it to the fall, but it would be my recommendation to move that to the fall, because I just don't think we have enough time to get the word out there to, April vacation comes at a time that we would have to put it out there right now, and then it would just be kind of like
It would be a crisis in and of itself. to
exactly,
pull it off.
it would be a bad look to pull it
I
off.
don't think you're gonna get engagement
Well,
right now
that's
with
my
families either.
concern.
That's my bigger concern.
Yeah.
And it is important, we all agree, it's important, we agree that's the topic, but even our coffees, we didn't have a huge showing at our coffees.
I think you're absolutely
Virtually no
right.
showing.
And I think it's one of the good entries to a school year. I would hope we consider,
So if we are gonna have it though, I think we still need to work on planning it.
Oh,
We're
yes.
planning it now.
planning it now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I would hope,
It's not gonna happen in
it's
September if
framed
we don't
not
do it.
around mental health crisis, but around mental wellness for the year ahead.
Yes, Yeah.
Kind of
yeah,
Yeah.
framing.
What,
I
I
also
think if
think
it's
too-
also like packaged as like back to school resources, that could be.
I also, another thing, we were just at the PTG president's meeting. High school just did a speaker series.
Yeah.
I worry that we're just in a mix of too much, like you said, and to get the engagement that we think this topic deserves.
Mm.
The timing just seems kind of bad, and you know what, we take ownership of that. And to Cynthia's point, I think we do better starting today about making sure it's properly planned and promoted, and we make a schedule for that promotion, and so that parents are getting the engagement. Tracy's point, I think October might be too late. You don't want to interfere with the start of school. I happen to like the last week of September. I think people are still enthusiastic about the school year. You still feel like you have that turning over a new leaf kind of vibe going, and you're gonna be your best self. But it's not too late, so anyway.
And Sarah was trying to say something.
Yeah, when we
Go ahead.
talked about similar things at the Adult and Community Ed for the Can We Talk series in the fall, this was one of the ideas that we were kicking around. We were using phrases like work-life balance and finding your passion, rather than like saying like mental health crisis, more spin it on like, mental hygiene, right? Like mental health, like how to not as a crisis, but as an opportunity for growth kind of thing. So it was like really a focus on like work, your work-life balance and finding your passion and how that all develops your satisfaction and equilibrium.
Cool. All right, I like it. All right, so again, the planning is beginning today. And if you have any ideas, certainly send them our way. We'll keep this, kind of on the agenda. Yeah, Court.
I wonder just to your point about on agenda, Cynthia's point about moving it, I'm reticent to volunteer, but I'm wondering, could two members kind of own this for a little while to keep it moving?
Yeah. And where we are so reliant upon the school also, I think that would have to be to work with, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but Mrs. Anderson over there to kind of make this all come together and have the partnership together. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, the team is ready. It was a guidance counselor from each level, elementary, middle, and high, talking about how within the school mental health challenges are dealt with. But shared the concern, showing up because there's so much going on.
Right. So do you feel like you would like support from a couple of our members, like
Sure.
to flush that out?
Yeah, what exactly is the topic? Yeah.
Okay.
And then how does it complement what is happening for other sub-audiences, so to speak?
Yeah,
in other
Yeah,
schools
and the
so-
change of year looking to the school year ahead seemed really well.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so why don't I let everyone think about that, and if you would like to participate in that group with Mrs. Anderson, please just let me know via email, so that way you can think about it before putting anyone on the spot in the meeting to say, yes, I have the time for this, just think about your time. It would probably be like this spring into September, okay? We'll need some social media postings, et cetera. But I'm sure Melinda can help us with that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to move this on to Carrie, the second reading of our policies, which we have seen all of these at our last meeting, not our last meeting.
Yeah.
Was it our last?
Yeah.
meeting?
In
Okay.
Boston.
In our Boston meeting, we saw these. There weren't a ton of real updates, so I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to just lead us on this discussion.
Yeah, I've already walked through one by one on all the policies. So really, this is just an opportunity. We've all kind of walked away from it. Is there any feedback before it is on the agenda tonight to vote on? So are there any last minute questions or feedback?
So just remind me
Yeah.
about EBC-S. What are we doing?
Okay, hold on, let me pull
That's
it
the
up.
first one that's a COVID, the pandemic.
Oh,
that's
so
removing.
we're removing it.
Okay. Just-
That's
just double-checking.
it.
And on all the others, we are adopting MASC, which are comparable to our own, but cleaned up and dated. Is that to simple explanation, or is that in fact what's happening?
The vast majority, let me just make sure. Yes. That the others we are adopting, we have recommended that we adopt the MASC version. Most of them are unchanged. It's just updating the date reviewed.
And on the left-hand column, this implies that they all exist in their current forms right now. So there's no additions here.
Correct.
Got it, thank you. You want a motion for
No, we'll do it in the
We're
afternoon.
still in
Oh,
discussion.
yeah.
We're still in discussion. Anyone else? Sarah, no, I don't see Sarah. Okay, we can move to our action items. Woo-hoo. So yes, Court, this would be the time for a motion on these policies. If you care to do that?
I move that the Concord and Concord Carlisle school committees adopt the updated policies as outlined in the agenda. CBI, KLG, KLI, KLK, LA, LB, LBC, and LDA, and remove the interim policy on COVID entitled EBC-S.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Thank you Carrie, for this, and we're gonna have to take a roll call vote because Sarah is on Zoom, so roll call please.
Anderson, I for both.
Booth, I for both.
Morano, I for both.
Rainy eye for both.
Rankin, I for both.
What I for region?
Agent,
Thank you, Sarah.
it's been a long
Right,
night.
and we,
Just-
I know, I thought you were gonna jump off.
God.
We could have continued without you, but I appreciate that you've stayed this whole time.
We're glad that hurts us more than you.
And we have an additional action item, which would be to approve staff members' request to enroll their children in Concord Public Schools and Concord Carlisle Regional School District.
So you have two staff looking to enroll their children, one high school teacher and one Alcott teacher. I didn't have it open, but
Yep,
that's my memory.
yep, that's exactly what it is.
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Concord and Concord Carlisle school committees vote to approve the following staff request to enroll their children in Concord Public Schools, Concord Carlisle Regional School District for the 2023-2024 school year. And that the tuition be waived. An Alcott teacher child to enroll in the third grade, a CCHS teacher's child to enroll in the third grade.
And a second.
Second.
Yep. Cynthia seconded, and any discussion? Nope. Okay, roll call, please.
Anderson, I for both.
Booth, I for both.
Morano, I for both.
Rainy eye for both.
Rankin, I for both.
What I for region?
Wilson, I for region.
Okay, perfect. And with that, I am going to say goodbye to our Carlisle members. So I'm going to adjourn the Concord Carlisle School Committee. Thank you so much for coming. Sarah, thank you for staying with us the whole time.
Yes. Thank you.
Sarah, have a
Feel
letter.
better. No, there's no adjournment.
No adjournment. Okay, no adjournment. That's the one thing I was stuck on.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are now discussing the bulk, actually, the entirety of our meeting is dedicated to the 3 potential articles that we're moving on at Sunday's town meeting. So.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, sure.
We never did the quarterly meeting, right? We left.
Did we do that?
No, I don't think we did that.
We'll do it. Anyway.
We'll do the next
Well,
meeting.
before we
Yeah.
go.
The quarterly.
You need both of them in front of us.
Anyway, to
Oh.
vote, yeah.
We ran out of time at the top.
Yeah, that's.
So Bob will need some time to take us through.
See, this is where you emailed me, like, Harry emailed.
No,
No, okay.
Yeah.
2 weeks when you.
Got it.
go
Yeah,
back.
we-
I have the notes, okay.
Thank you. Lori, can you put a note for Aaron? I got it. We'll put that on. Thank you for that. Okay, so, as we did with Article 17, if you would take us through quickly the slides that you intend to present at town meeting for Article 17.
Do you want to talk on the, you want to start with the slides or the State of the Union?
Either or,
Let's just say, has anything changed?
Yeah,
since the hearing? No.
Oh, since the
There's
hearing and the
slides?
No.
So maybe we don't feel the need to review them. I think if we've all seen them, that's fine. We can move into the sort of State of the Union. Court, you were on last night. I think it was just you that I saw.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, you both came on. I didn't make the very beginning, but I was there
I
a few
think it
minutes
was
after the
most-
start.
Yeah, it was most relevant, but I think it would make sense for you, Tracy, and I to talk about with both Carrie and Cynthia is, so at last night's select board meeting, Carrie LaFleur made a presentation to the select board talking about the fact that an accounting error was uncovered late last week that demonstrated that the town's budget was overstated by about a little more than $500,000. So the allocation for their guideline was higher. But because it had been discovered so late, Carrie did not feel she had sufficient time to do the necessary work to reallocate that money before time. So her recommendation was that they were simply going to remove $515, I think it was, $1,000 from their operating budget. So reducing their.
And can I also just say, if you're looking on the paper agenda, that's not your most up-to-date agenda. The most up-to-date one is
Yeah, I sent you guys all an email this afternoon with a letter and saying that we'd also update the agenda. This discussion.
Yeah, Townhouse did declare this was their error. They understand that without casting any blame. They did explain it, that the town has tier 1 capital and operating together, and there was some double counting by some new people that Carrie didn't catch, and she knows that that lands on her. I think
We
this
would all
was,
sympathize with all of you folks managing this kind of
Yeah.
I think this
financial
was,
volume.
I think this was discovered Thursday.
Yeah.
And then they got right to work, so that by Monday night, they had their solution, which was to recognize that the FinCom guideline number was erroneously inflated, and didn't ask for the FinCom to bring the number down, just assumed that the number was now corrected. So the FinCom weighs in Thursday night on all
Correct.
this. They haven't even met formally. And so, as you said, the line item request now gets reduced by that 515.
Right. So I sent, so in light of, so does everybody kind of who wasn't there and understand the sort of lay of the land and consensus that what Court and I have both said is accurate? Good. So in light of that, I sent you all very hastily put together letter today that I whipped up this afternoon. I am wondering if there is interest from the finance in talking to the finance committee, advocating, I guess, more formally, to see if, they've always talked about, I'm sort of paraphrasing from the letter, when they advocated for a smaller guideline for the CPS budget. We're asking for 7%, they're recommending 3.3%. They've always stated, and I think they've been really excellent in their clarity of their messaging, that their chief concern is the fiscal 24 impact to the tax. So given that, the overall ask of the taxpayer, when you combine the the town's budget, the CPS and other aspects of the budget, would be reduced by 515,000, and given the current delta between our budget and the finance committee's request is about 585,000, that would, if you applied those monies, which again, if that would leave us with about $70,000 to close the delta. What I'm asking of this committee is a two-pronged question, I suppose. Number one would be, do we have interest in communicating to the finance committee that urging them to re-examine our budget in light of this new information, one, and two, if we were to come to consensus that that's an advocacy position we would want to take, do we as a committee and you as a superintendent and you as an assistant superintendent agree that $70,000 is a reasonable reduction to our budget that could be achieved? So again, I think those are the two questions that we want to ask ourselves and discuss today, if that makes sense. Is that clear? Clear articulation? Carrie?
I have a couple questions. So when you sent all this, I tried to find the video, but it's not.
No.
So in that, and I just have a couple clarifications. Right? So, did the select board discuss, I know Carrie said in the email that we said that she didn't officially say how we should allocate that money, but did it come up, did our gap come up in the conversation?
Yeah.
And then how did that?
They were unmoved by.
Well, they voted again.
They voted to reaffirm their commitment to the position.
But not vis-a-vis this.
Yeah, but yeah, so it was interesting. I don't want to speak for Matt Johnson, but it seemed like Matt Johnson was trying to position a conversation to say, is this relevant? And would we like to re-examine our previous vote? There were two reasons he wanted to re-examine it. One was the absence of select board member Linda Escobedo at the original vote, where they voted 3-1 in favor of the FinCom. And then I think secondarily, again, without trying to put words in Matt's mouth, I viewed his discussion last night and the way he was advancing the discussion, that he thought this could be relevant if they so chose to discuss it. They did not. The vote was and the vote ended up reaffirming the finance committee's guideline. Does that answer your question?
CPS.
Yes, and then, so last time they voted it was 3-1 with one member absent, and they voted.
Okay. And was there, so there was no discussion around how to allocate this money?
No.
Generally, whether it was us or.
Yeah, no, because again, Carrie stated.
It wasn't considered new money to allocate. It was considered a cut in the line item request.
Right.
And
Yes,
Carrie
yes,
went
I
ahead
agree,
and said,
yeah.
here is the cut,
Yeah.
here's what I'm cutting.
Yeah.
I would be careful about assuming Mr. Johnson's intentions, because I think it was actually another member who repeatedly said, it wasn't Matt, who said Linda wasn't here, does she want to weigh in? And that's when the vote changed from 3-1 to 4-1.
Matt, do you want to weigh in? I see your hand. up.
Yeah, I think I might as
appreciate-
well. So, yeah, I was not connecting the reduction in the town budget to any, reconsideration of the guideline versus the requested amount for the Concord Public Schools. But what I was trying to reopen the discussion about was that there was a member that had been requesting a lot of information related to the historical percentage of spend for the schools versus the town, and the question of whether the town's percentage, had been decreasing or increasing relative to the school's percentage over time. And so we got some of that data last night, and based upon that data, I offered that possibility of the revote, because I think what it generally showed was over the past several years that, if anything, the school's percentage of the overall spend in the town has decreased slightly. It's been very, very stable, actually. But and of course, though, as you look ahead to FY26 with the debt service, if you include the debt service, that will change. But in terms of the past trends, there hasn't been a trend of the school spending more as a percentage than the town over the last 20 years.
Thanks, Matt.
One of the explanations that the town manager gave us for, I'm looking at the figures now, CPS at 34%, a couple of years ago, it was 35%. Her main explanation, as I recall it, was that we now have 24/7 ambulance coverage in West Concord, and that was a significant expense. So it wasn't, it was that one single item that was the most significant town side number.
If you look at group insurance, of which we are a huge component, it's gone from 4.7 to 6.
Yeah, sure.
So there's other, I mean, I think we should have a more thorough discussion, at the beginning of next year, summer, whatever. I think we should work together with the town at, at the same time and really look at this stuff. A lot of other towns are doing that, having like summits where they go through, not the whole budget, but they go through pieces of it and understand what are shared expenses, what are not shared expenses, how we do capital, how we do operating, how we do. So, I think we really need to have this is good, and I think it's a good foundation to have that conversation. So we don't have it to us versus them,
Yeah.
because we really are all in it together. So anyway.
Agree with that.
I 100% agree with that. And I also think, though, that we have a problem right now that we need to solve.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think that this sort of presented a potential opportunity. So I think that's.
I would share a different opinion. I think that everybody on the FinCom, everybody on the school committee, everybody on the select board, and soon town meeting will know the numbers. They've been following them. I think that a last minute effort to take the reduction on one leg of the stool and accept it, but then say, move it over to another leg of the stool, I think is so very artificial. It changes nothing about the cost needs of the town. It's just image making. I think is not going to be impressive to the FinCom, and if it doesn't impress the FinCom, I don't think it's going to impress anybody else. I don't want to have one problem, a gap, now exacerbated by creating another problem with what looks like gamesmanship between the entities. My bet is it isn't going to help us, could even harm us.
Sure, but I think interestingly, like the immediate problem that we all need to solve is today's problem, which is to ensure that there is a specific type of impact to the town, to the taxpayer in FY24. This alleviates that problem. The FinCom has articulated, I think, clearly, it does technically. If you remove $515,000, the ask that
that's already done. The reduction's already happened.
Right, Right, but what I'm saying is the finance committee is comfortable with a number,
The total number.
the total number.
Well, let me suggest that we didn't have a problem 24 hours ago. We were ready to go in knowing there was a gap. We didn't have
Sure,
a
I
gap.
know
But information changed.
Right.
Right.
Right, but
And I
this
also-
isn't money that, did Carrie LaFleur recommend this?
No,
No.
She recommended, what? Does she-
I don't think she's recommending.
She's not
anything.
recommending anything.
Right, so this is, I think that the town manager has done a great job to correct an error, right, which I'm sure she was not happy to do. And I don't think this is now a good move on our part to recommend that we get that money, even though it would fit the bill, not increasing
But it's not
taxes.
even getting that money. It's just the finance committee saying we were comfortable with a specific impact to the taxpayer. And in light of the town manager's reduction, the impact to the taxpayer has gone down because she's removed $515,000. And again, we're talking about the end result, which is the impact to the taxpayer
No.
as such, because now the impact to the taxpayer has been reduced. Does that offer the finance committee the opportunity to reevaluate our budget to say, oh, given that we have a reduction here, we can potentially allocate more to the school committee so that, and I think that achieves a lot of things. Number one, I think it makes for a much clearer message to the townspeople at large that at town meeting, I think, when there are amendments to be made and those kinds of things, it becomes very confusing. And again, their ultimate goal of impact to the taxpayer will be neutral if they were to reconsider this. It's not asking them to allocate. First of all, the finance committee has no purview in that. It's not asking for anyone to allocate this $515,000 from one place to another. It's simply asking the finance committee, hey, the conditions on the grounds have changed. In light of that, would you consider adjusting your guideline to meet our request? That is, I think, all that we want to do, because in so doing, it has a net neutral effect on the taxpayer.
Well, we agree the 515 is already gone. That's, there's no allocating to even be discussed.
Right.
But remember,
That's what I just said.
please remember, we had a very similar conversation when we said, well, we're under guideline at the region. Can we just move some of this over to the K-8? And the answer was no, each entity has a guideline. And we aren't going to suggest that. But that conversation did happen.
But no one's asking that. I'm
Well,
just
Is
asking
this
them
not
to
quite
reconsider
similar?
their guideline
Well,
in light
and
of new
I
conditions.
even look at this, even from very simple perspective. We've reduced our capital plan. So we've literally said we are willing to show fiscal conservatism on this committee by reducing our capital plan. There was also the 150,000. We have moved multiple times. We are trying to work with the finance committee and with the select board. What I don't like is the look that, we're all separate in this. Like, we are one town of many people that live in this town. Their children need to be educated. There are safety issues with fire, with police. We need to all work together to get to this point. If we were our neighbors in Carlisle, this wouldn't even be a discussion because their budget is done totally different. So it is the same bucket of money that we were starting with. So I feel strongly that it's worth an ask to see if this is a possibility. I don't think it hurts us at all to say, in light of new information, it is new information. The select board had a discussion last night because they had new information. This is new information. Is it unfortunate that it comes 4 days before town meeting? Yes, it really is. But we are where we're at.
I think the reason we need to have this discussion in light of this letter is I think we also need to agree, were the finance committee to be compelled by this letter that we might send? Are we also willing to, and this question I think is to both of you as well as to the committee members, is $70,000 an achievable reduction to the budget in addition to the 150 that we've already reduced?
So having had literally a
Yeah,
couple
I know.
hours to give this a little
Sorry.
thought, I think the answer is we would take more risk or go into reserves a little bit more. Because we still want to maintain level service. now that there's a number attached to the question, I think that's a committee discussion too. Obviously, it's your vote. We want to close the gap, right? So the dual edge of both sides of that pull at us a bit, but to be that much closer to closing it, of course, we'd be trying really hard to do so. We bring you a proposal that we'd all have to agree was
Right, and that would be
amenable.
in advance of Sunday.
Well, do we want to close the gap? We didn't want to close the gap yesterday. What we want to do is take advantage of the error on the town side. We had no intention of closing the gap, so that was never a goal. So maybe it is now, but let's
Well, I think
remember.
the question changed. I
it was
think when
not
the
a
question
goal.
posed to me is 70,000 versus 585. Of course, my answers are gonna be a little different.
It's more of a risk question.
It's a risk question, I
Do we, if we cut 70,000 with a guarantee that our budget's gonna be supported, that's different than going into town meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I know
that's true.
everybody said there's, it's gonna
Mhm.
pass, but we don't have a guarantee that it passes. And the impact of having to cut 585,000 is a lot more impactful.
I like you two, all of us, this is new information. I think where I'm landing is that the ship has sailed on this budget and that we should go into town meeting with our budget that we have worked really hard to put together and that we believe in. I don't think finance committee is gonna move, and not that it's not worth trying. I think it's always worth having conversations, but I think we should, my opinion is we should go into town meeting. I think one thing Court said that swayed me was that we weren't willing to move CPS or CCHS, that it's all kind of line itemed by department and we should be thinking about it. Sorry, I'm not being very articulate.
Let me add, I think it's not gonna be lost on anybody that the burden on, including the FinCom, who I suspect will make it very clear too, that the impact has been reduced by 515 in total. Happened over here, but it affects everybody.
Sure. The only thing I would say to that, Carrie, is you remember that vote on FinCom was very, very close. This is
Yeah.
new information. This was not an overwhelming vote by the FinCom. That body, that deliberative body was not overwhelmingly in support of a 3.3 guideline.
Yeah.
This is compelling new information, and who I am having empathy for right now are the hundreds, maybe thousands of people who will be attending town meeting. And, I think about, not everyone follows this all as closely as we do. If we have the opportunity to partner and collaborate productively with the FinCom so that town meeting is easier, more understandable, not confusing for members of the public, I think there's an obligation, but I think that that's wise. And so,
I don't
yeah.
disagree with you, but I guess
And if they have no compulsion to take this even up as a vote or consider it, then we are where we are. So
I guess I just wonder if this does actually simplify things because people are already confused as to what's going on with the budget. And then if we throw in this new
By
information.
simplifying, it would be.
it would
be the FinCom support.
amendment.
The amendment would go away,
Yeah.
if it was something they were willing to take up and vote on Thursday night at their meeting. It would be, it could potentially be that the FinCom supports the school budget.
Yeah,
That is plain and simple. It may
That's-
not be that,
right.
but it could be. And I think that we all have to be really clear as a school committee, if we are willing to take the risk that we're gonna have a $585,000 reduction, that is gonna have significant impact to the students of Concord. And it is gonna be reduction of teachers. I mean, we've already said, and we've seen what the list is. That is what will happen. And these are what school committees all over the state are dealing with right now. And we just have to be prepared for that. I'm not completely comfortable with the fact that if we have an opportunity to not reduce some of those things that we have out there, I would love that opportunity to do so before town meeting. And I would love the opportunity to be able to collaborate with FinCom and say, we've worked really hard, like we understand the crisis that the town is in right now, that you're looking to address. We understand that. We have acted conservatively. I think we have made adjustments where they've been necessary. We're still looking for level service.
Right, and I think the bottom line
Level
is the
service.
likelihood that Article 17 passes, if it is recommended that the finance committee recommends affirmative action, goes up exponentially.
But let's remember that it was a close vote.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if anybody in this room has any evidence that this budget is under threat at town meeting. This budget is going to pass as in an overwhelming way. Well, let me finish. Let me have a turn. I believe that we should consider what would be a better look. The FinCom deliberates because they have new information, and then they do whatever they do. Or the school committee preemptively wants to take advantage of the guideline by virtue of Carrie's error. I think that's a poorer look, a much poorer look. And
I don't, but it's
one I
not about the
support.
optics either.
It is
Like,
all about,
I don't think it is about the optics.
Isn't town meeting about how, you said it yourself, a lot of people don't follow this very well, so it's what lands on their understanding, what do they perceive on Sunday afternoon? And I would hope they don't perceive that we took advantage of an error at Townhouse. And let's hope that the FinCom looks at this and does what the FinCom does. But whatever they do,
Sure.
this budget is
But I
going to
also-
prevail. Why do we know that? Because this school committee was so dedicated to not touching this budget that we haven't touched it by one penny. We got lucky with $150,000 in revenue find and a vendor less cost, but we didn't do anything to the budget. We have been 100% dedicated to an unchanged budget from proposal number one. And for us to jump on this error, I think is a poor look. And I'm sorry
see
about
it that
some
way.
optics.
That's
I
so
don't think it's
interesting.
jumping on the air. I look at it as we have new
Well,
information right
that's
now, and
good.
that's our thing. We can agree to disagree on that.
Exactly.
And I
sure.
would offer too, like I see the optics as like, and I've said this a couple times, and I don't need to get so like waxing so poetic, but to me, I feel like when I look like even at our national politics, the art of compromise and collaboration to me in the United States is kind of dead. And to me, like this would represent the opportunity for us to be more collaborative, be more deliberative, be more talking about compromise and solving problems collectively. And I think that is modeling actually really good behavior for our citizens, our children. So I see the optics as very different than you, Court. But I think those are worthy ideals to aspire to. But again, we all see the world differently, don't we?
I don't, my position is, I don't think that it's because, it's not because of the optics. It's more because I actually think that we should go in with the budget that we have. I don't think we should make $70,000 in cuts. I think that we have, and I don't think dipping into the reserves is the answer either. You know, I don't think that we should make our budget more risky. If this is a budget that we believe in, then I think that we should go to town meeting and say that this is what we need to run a level service.
As a point of
School
order, we
system.
don't have a vote on our agenda anyway. We'd have to wait for FinCom to do something Thursday and then we
Right,
meet
there's no vote
Sunday.
to have.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a moot point anyway, although a very good discussion.
I think it's an important discussion to have too, and I think that, you know, going into town meeting with now, the select board has voted not to support our budget, to support the FinCom guideline. FinCom has voted that way. So it does put us, you know, apart, which I don't like this divisive feeling
Yeah.
that's happening in the town. I don't like the fact that, you know, it's, you know, the seniors versus the school age children. It should not be that either. We need to come together as a town and work together towards a common goal. And I get it, middle school, it is what it is. There is a building project, yes. But why, how we punish today's kids for tomorrow's building? I mean, this is our operating budget. We have to decide, are we supporting our operating budget or not? We still have needs to give level service to 2,000 students in Concord Public Schools.
Yeah.
And I feel very strongly as a school committee, we need to advocate for those kids that can't advocate for themselves. And town meeting, I've seen a lot of strange things in my 25 years of town meeting here. And, you know, once the amendment process goes up, if people aren't paying attention, they don't even know how they're voting. And how many times have we seen the moderator say, okay, now remember, this is the amendment. This is what a yes vote means. This is what a no vote means. And it's also town meeting is only as good as the people that are in those seats on that day. Yeah. We could have 150 people there, we could have 1,000 people there. And so I'm not as confident that our budget is actually going to prevail. A Sunday afternoon in the spring is, you know, everyone says, oh, the school age parents always show up. But on a Sunday afternoon in the spring, they don't always show up. You've got kids in sports, you've got kids in theater, there are all sorts of things happening. So I just have to say my piece that.
I mean, what would you have to do to send the letter if there's no vote? How would we do that? We would just authorize you to send a letter on behalf of the committee?
No, we can't do that, because I don't think, I don't know.
we would vote. We would vote tonight.
Tonight,
Okay.
they're gonna bring all of this back Tuesday.
Well, I do think our position is one of advocacy and, you know, I know there's not an actual vote on the agenda, it's not an action item, but we are in a very short timeline. And so, I mean, I would make a motion to vote if, I'm actually gonna make a motion. I'll make a motion to send the draft version of the letter to FinCom, just for discussion purposes.
Before we do that, I mean, the other thing too is I told you guys all to drop it, but we certainly can convene, well, no, we would need to convene a meeting before their meeting on Thursday.
You really are out of time because we
Yeah.
don't have 48 hours.
Right, and so in these instances, I think you can certainly offer, I mean, straw polling, it doesn't seem like there's interest in advancing the letter anyway, from a majority of the committee members, so it is what it is.
Well, just.
Well, they've heard our
just a
discussion.
motion on the table.
They've heard our discussion, they can certainly take it, you know, under advisement.
And given the divided nature of the FinCom, I am confident they're gonna bring this
I'm
information
not, well, I
forward
mean,
anyway.
have they heard our discussion? I mean, I see Don Cup, is he gonna give a robust readout of our discussion before their meeting? I don't know.
But I actually, for point of order, I do have a motion on the table. Sorry.
Well, I'm not gonna second it, but I'll wait for a second before discussing that.
I'll second it.
So 2 weeks ago, I brought a motion to the floor and you would
I
not
agree.
permit it to move forward. You considered it a surprise.
Yes,
And I considered it very much in keeping with Robert's Rules of Order that this should have reasonably been expected to come before the body because we had discussed transfers multiple times, but nonetheless, you said no. This was for you a surprise, not me. I've been discussing it multiple times. I referenced how many times Mr. Conry had discussed it, how many times we had discussed transfers, that we'd been to a workshop on transfers, et cetera, et cetera. You still prohibited it, but now, tonight, you're going to bring this forward, which I would consider to be an extreme surprise relative to my surprise, as you claim it, of 2 weeks ago.
Well, I would object to that. I sent
That's
an
fine.
email this
Object
today
away.
with the draft of this
But I
letter
object
for
to the
our
motion.
consideration.
you can, which is fine. This is productive conversation. This is what we should be doing. We are in a situation tonight. The town meeting is on Sunday. So this is.
I'm aware of that.
And if I
We're
can
all
say,
aware.
I'm very aware of that.
4 weeks ago, I talked about making a motion as well, and I was told that it was inappropriate to make a motion because it was not on that, like, this is a reoccurring. And I was talking about making a motion about revoting on FinCom's guidelines based on their previous 2 votes, something along those lines. And both you and Cynthia said it would be inappropriate to make, I mean, you're as at fault for this as anybody else is. So to be fair, this is not, these are just, this is tricky.
Sure.
It's tricky, and I don't mean to cause any type of like dissent amongst us. You know, I think we did some really great work at our regional meeting tonight, and we actually all came to agreement on that, and our communications improved. This is a letter This is not, it's
Well,
just
this is
a
unique
letter.
because
And
we
it's
have
a-
time constraints. There were not necessarily time
And we
constraints in
can
the
vote
other.
on it, and it probably is not gonna pass. But I think that for discussion purposes, I just wanted to, Alexa, attach it to the agenda. We got information from Terry LaFurler
Late
today.
last night.
Late last night it started, we didn't, and I actually say that we all sat in that meeting quite surprised that there was information that FinCom and Select Board clearly had, but the school committee wasn't informed of that until today. So we were set by surprise on that, and this is called like, what are we gonna do? And
Because it didn't have anything to do with us. It was Article 9, it's not Article.
it is
Yeah,
not
sure.
Article 17,
So
no,
they weren't,
but it does have to do with the
they weren't
tax.
trying to, trick us or.
No, no, I don't think that, no, no, no.
Not at all.
So.
But it is gonna be a reduction in the town's ask, so this is it. I mean, I look at it as we're trying to really work with FinCom, the select board. I would love it if we could all sit in a room together and get on the same page on this. I think that would be really super helpful. It would be great. I'm waiting for that day to happen. Maybe we need to advocate more for that and have a joint meeting with all three committees over exactly this, because I do feel like leading up to town meetings feels quite divisive. And I would love it if we all went in some type of agreement and we could have come to compromise. We've been talking since December about, like, this is part of our process is compromise. I do see that we have made some compromises since December. Yes, our budget is the same, but we've taken some risks. We've reduced our capital project. We've done some work here. And
I also think a lot of the work, I mean, as I've understood it from Dr. Hunter and Bob, is that a lot of the work in creating a zero-based budget is done based on the way you just based on the way you created. A lot of the cuts are made in the process of creating it, or a lot of the changes and needs are addressed. So I don't know. I don't feel as though we've made zero changes or sacrifices or anything. I just don't.
Think they're done so early or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that this is tricky. I
As
mean,
far as the motion goes, I think this is the perfect example of when you would need to make a motion on I know the bug. A motion in the moment versus having it on the agenda.
when I think when there are crises, I think
Yeah.
we don't want to be hamstrung
Yeah.
by, what is normally our best practice of the no surprises.
This in and of itself was a surprise.
Don, do you have your hand up? Actually, just raised it.
I'll allow you to speak. Don Kupka,
Yep,
I
hi,
see your hand up.
Thank you, Alexa. So Don Kupka, 39 Devon Street in Concord. So member FinCom, but really speaking for myself, because I haven't spoken with anybody else. I just wanted to share two thoughts. One is I just learned of it today as well. So it isn't as if FinCom was, I know somebody on FinCom obviously did meet with select board, but it hasn't been discussed by FinCom yet. But as I understand it, at least as explained by email, it's a little different, I think, than you're thinking. And I could be corrected on Thursday, but just so you know, the guideline amount is set as a function of the sustainable growth rate of the income of the town. So it isn't as if there's a dollar amount or an increase, rather it's a percentage over the prior baseline. And so if the town hadn't caught this error and made the correction, the total and the town's budget had been approved, the total spend would have exceeded the guideline percentage increase, the sustainable growth rate. So I don't know if that, I think you should do whatever obviously as a board you feel is right, but for the town, had the town budget been approved, we would be spending as a town more than our sustainable rate would permit. The guideline would have been reduced by this amount, obviously, had we known about it from the beginning, because our objective is to be sustainable for the town. So it isn't as if it's found money per se that could be reallocated. It was money that was never to be allocated in the first place. Now, again, only my understanding and only from what I've read, there's been no discussion yet.
Thanks, Don. So we have a motion and a second whether or not we want to formalize, sort of put into words a little bit of the discussion we had tonight via this letter. It's the same one. I don't think you filled it. There's a bug flying at us for everyone on camera. I guess the last thing I'll say is that I don't know. I think part of our role is advocacy, and I think it's and again in this, since I'm sort of advocating for just some clarity at town meeting, I think this would be helpful, and I think it increases our opportunity or assurances that the budget would pass. And to your point, you know, the FinCom could be totally unmoved by this, but at which point we'd be exactly where we are without sending the letter. So I don't really see the negative. And again, I see the optics differently than court. I see them as demonstrative of our, you know, attempts to find solutions and talk to these guys and keep the line of communication open. So that's sort of where I'll end in my comments.
Well, and I guess, you know, I would just also say, would we, I mean, would we ask them to reconsider, you know, in the spirit of, you know, going into town meeting? I mean, select board revoted their position last night. Would we ask them to revote are they going to revote their position on Thursday?
Well, I think
they
that's
could-
up to them. I'm not gonna ask them. I don't think it's appropriate to ask something that explicit, but I said, you know, the two, I conclude by saying in this letter, the two actions by both of our committees, them reevaluating and potentially adjusting the guideline being their action, and our action being our willingness to make up what would be the new delta if they so chose to readjust their guideline of $70,000 would allow us to come to town meeting on Sunday in alignment while maintaining the exact budget levels that the finance committee was seeking to achieve by their amendment. So, and again, well, that's fine. And I think everybody in this discussion has brought really good points. I will say that. And
I mean, this is hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
This is not easy. This is the hard stuff, and that's. I don't know.
I've been to a few town meetings also. We all have been to a few town meetings. My belief is we will fare better if we let the town's chips fall where they fall and our chips fall where we fall. We have been so adamant, so unchanging in our advocacy of this budget, gap notwithstanding, that my guess is we don't help our cause by doing this kind of Hail Mary move tonight.
no, anyone else? I guess we can vote. We have a second, we have a motion. We don't have to roll call. All in favor? Vote in the letter. Aye.
I made the motion. I have to vote for it.
All against.
Sorry. What-
No.
Opposed? Nay.
All right, so we will not send this letter. All right.
And might I just say, this is still a good discussion to have.
100%.
Like, I mean, it's hard. I don't think that, you know, I thought about withdrawing my motion, you know, I knew it was gonna fail. It's okay. Like, I think it's okay to have these hard discussions. This is where we're at, and I think it's,
And the FinCom knows we want them to talk about it.
they know things, right? So it's our letter is out there. It was on our agenda. Everyone's seen our letter. And I don't think that this is a bad thing. And I don't think it's a bad look for our committee to have this hard discussion and to have some disagreement about it. It's
That's
okay.
exactly what we should be doing.
So it's okay.
If the harmony was pitch perfect all the time, people would wonder.
Right.
And we can respectfully
elected,
disagree,
yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
and that's okay. And it's okay that we disagreed. It's okay that we disagreed last week. You know, I think the end result is, we're better for it.
Well, I don't think we've said it recently, but I think it bears repeating, and that is, yeah, we do have deliberation that means disagreement, that means ultimate decision-making, such that we walk out the door together.
Right.
That's worked in this town for a long time. And the town moderator says it better than I just did. You know,
She says it better than most.
She's so great.
All right, so moving on to CPS capital, these slides do look different because just recently we voted our plan. We've reduced our capital ask by about half. And we have reallocated that capital to new things that we recently voted on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lori.
I mean, it's about as straightforward
Yeah.
as a slide deck as you could get. Bob
This is
reworked
right
it.
off the table we saw.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
it's the list to now equal to 495,
Yeah.
so.
And what do you anticipate for discussion? The capital needs assessment, facilities assessment, anything else?
I don't think so.
Thorough has gone up in its magnitude considerably. That might be a discussion. Are we looking at other funding sources for
Well,
that?
I would like to make a town meeting commitment to pursue CPC for Thoreau Playground.
Say again, make a,
Town meeting, make a commitment to pursue CPC funding for the Thoreau Playground.
okay, but that wouldn't be town meeting, that'd be here, and then we go to CPC is what
No,
you're
no,
saying?
say at town meeting, say that we are going to pursue
I see.
an
I,
application.
I thought about that
You
and
have to decide tonight.
at the
or
last
Sunday.
meeting,
We could vote it after
Yeah,
town
yeah, yeah.
meeting, but
at the last meeting, I fully was in total agreement with you on that, thinking this greatest plan ever. What I'm wondering about before we make that commitment, what I don't want to see is, you know, we're in a situation that we're about to talk about with Article 19, where we're not gonna have information on bids for the middle school. We have an alternate deduct list that could wipe, $1.5 million off the scope of the project. for
Fields are
fields and
number
landscape.
4, I think.
It's number 4, yeah.
Yeah.
But those first 3 are like, they're not like ginormous chunks of money, like if we're 500,000 over, we're going to number 4. It's, if we're 80,000 over, great. We lose the bleachers, we move on, but like, it's not a ton of money, those first 3, nuts, right? None of them are like
The biggest
big,
one's
big
the fields, right?
right.
Okay.
So I worry about that, right? And so my only worry is, given right now that we don't know where we're gonna be necessarily in advance of town meeting with respect to those bids, as a school district, K-8, do we want to put in bids that might compete with each other? There's a finite amount that the
So
CPC can allocate.
you're getting to something, because I'm glad we're not planning on moving Article 19. I am really confused. Would it still be part of the building project, or would it be taken out of the building project entirely if it is CPS project?
What we want to do is leverage, and maybe Lori could speak to this better, but you want to leverage the bid that you have now.
So then that's my point. It is a town, the town should be dealing with this. The town should be dealing with the fields. This is part of the Concord buildings, middle school building project.
But we voted in that, and because they are not, the school was deemed the group that could advance that article.
But it doesn't make sense to me.
Are the two mutually exclusive? Like if this lists Thoreau integrated playground $75,000, like, don't we have the option, don't we always have the option of going to CPC? Do we have to decide that tonight?
No, we don't have to decide.
We just have to
absolutely
decide
not.
tonight
But
whether we're
we
gonna
would
make
have
a
to decide whether we're gonna make a public statement. I
Right, so
think.
why can't we just not make a public statement? and
that's
then
what I'm
see how the
discussing.
see how
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
plays out?
Right.
And then
That's
with the
what I-
intention, of course, of going to
Right.
CPC, because that's.
Because I am really confused about why we're moving Article 19, even though we might not be moving it in the first place.
Can I
Do you know what I'm
ask a
saying?
building question? Can I just ask for a little update on the bids? Because
Yeah,
what is happening?
So we've got multiple bid protests happening right now. One from a union shop against a general contractor. We now have one, the general contractor now going to protest against a different shop.
Against a different sub or?
Different sub, yeah, yeah. So the Attorney General's listened to both and is talking about them with no. I don't want to use the word ruling because it's advisory, really.
Interesting.
So it's
They
not
don't,
a ruling, they give
it's
us advice.
advisory as to whether you should continue on while they make it. So it may be a ruling there, but it doesn't impact, it's not a ruling of the bid. It's a ruling of whether or not let's use the word grievance for lack of a better word, is valid. And so they're gonna weigh in on one side or the other, and then different things happen depending on which winning party there is.
So it
In
does-
terms of the bid itself, they're not weighing in on the bid. I just want to be sure we're clear
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
They're not weighing in on the bid. They're weighing in on the complaining between
The
us,
validity of the
the
grievance.
validity of the grievances and.
So why can't we open them and see what they are?
Well, so that's the discussion that
Like,
came up this
like-
afternoon. I'm on a meeting tomorrow morning with Hill SMA, Carrie LaFleur, Gail Dowd, Town Council, to talk through like where we are. We did delay the bid opening a week. Do we keep doing that is the question if the Attorney General hasn't given a response to really the first protest. So that's still a discussion that's happening.
But why couldn't we just open
Gail
them and
said-
see what they are?
Gail said if one of these is successful, then it.
So, but that's the discussion we're having.
The
tomorrow.
Successful what?
One of the grievances is successful, even goes to a hearing, she said last night.
Yes, and what I heard today was that may not impact the project. They could be bickering legally while the project
But could
sails
it, yeah,
forward.
could, like, I mean, if it's like a legal thing. they
So what
could
I wanna
certainly
just
do
say,
that.
having had conversations this afternoon with Carrie, SMA Hill, Gail, and our legal counsel, about, there's a discussion tomorrow to figure out where we are and what the options are. Nothing's firmed up yet, that we don't know when we're opening it.
So but you
This is
have the
really
bids, we
unfortunate
just,
timing.
if they're just not, we can't
Right.
access them, but they're all
Correct,
in,
they
we're
all
not
came-
waiting
they
for
came in on
people to
Friday,
submit
last
bids.
week.
Yeah, okay.
And nothing's gonna change. So whether they were, you know, I mean, I know it's not like just envelopes or you're opening up bids at your house, but if nothing's gonna change in that bid. So why wouldn't we wanna open?
This is the discussion the people that I just talked about are gonna have.
Why would the building?
And is it
committee
up
meet
to
on this?
you,
I know.
is it up to us to determine, like, okay, we're opening them? Because it's
No, I
just
think we're trying to
advisory
get to
or
consensus of comfort level of the entire group of
General
professionals.
including,
With council's input, of
Yeah.
course.
but including the AG?
And
or
then
just
take
info?
that to the building committee.
But I'll still express my confusion why we're moving this article.
Which one?
Our
In
attorney.
19.
Okay.
I think because
Well,
it's.
can we get through
far-
18 first?
Oh,
Why don't we just do 18?
so 18, are we good on 18?
We're good on 18.
Yeah,
yes,
Okay,
right.
we're not gonna get into anything beyond.
I will just say, at town meeting, we could have some pretty detailed questions about the study,
About the what?
the study of the buildings.
Oh,
What are we studying?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when. will people
Because
get-
there are community advocates
Yes.
who brought this up, what, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, I don't know when.
It seemed to me that the feedback was favorable.
No, it
Yes,
is, I think, you know, Concord is very, as you probably observed, very detail oriented, so I think people really are gonna be looking for more detail on how the details, the nuts and bolts of what these RFPs are gonna look like, or RFP, or whatever it's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't think there's opposition.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
I think, to your point, people want to know, what do we get for it?
Yeah.
You know, where was I gonna go with this?
Can I try to answer Cynthia's question?
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah.
the reason the school committee has to put the article forward, I equate it to the same with all the other capital projects
Yes.
that are school related. The town doesn't put those forward. And I think once it's not in the building project, which essentially we're saying, if it's not in the building project,
So it's not, that's what, that's. my
it would
confusion.
come, we're
We don't
trying
know.
to make it so that the timing is such you could use most of the same information and see if you could work with the same people
Okay,
for economy of scale. If we got pushed out a year, say, we're over budget, we don't move this, then we have to go out to bid as our own entity.
okay,
we've really talked a long time, I think I'm getting to your question, a long time with SMMA and Hill of like, is it part of the project or is it separate? And because of the timing being close enough, and I think we were down counting like days almost, so like, is it close enough that the bids they get in could be pertinent if the money's acquired under the separate article?
Okay, well, let's get to that.
Once there's time in between, you can't.
And I guess my point, that conversation was we could do a multi-year application to CPC, which most of these big projects have done.
Yes.
Easy to play.
And I
3
think we
years, 4
still
years.
will.
Huh?
I think we still will.
Right.
I think, you know, and in Carrie and I met actually with Diane Proctor in her capacity as chair, and she suggested exactly that. So if we were to, let's say we were to ultimately put forth Article 19 and it passed, now we have the ability to borrow 1.4 million. Then, right, the September 1, we immediately put that grant into CPC. God willing, we get some money. Great. Now we're not borrowing, whatever that is. Then the next grant opportunity, because those fields won't be built yet, we would apply again. I am more than happy to make that commitment at town meeting to a multi-year grant process with CPC to reduce the overall ask.
And I'll tell you, the town will put forth Emerald Field, Ride Out Field, this field, they have, they have competing, there's no.
Oh, there's no guarantee, sure.
No, but
No,
there's
there's no
nothing
shortage.
wrong with having
Yeah.
multiple applications.
Yeah,
of a
yeah.
single entity.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that happens all the time.
Let me come back to the protests for a minute. Is the fact that the AG will only be advisory something that poses ongoing legal exposure?
So the advisory part is about whether or not you go for it and open the bids. I think I'm not getting late. They're advising whether or not to open the bids. They're gonna rule on the protests.
Oh, so their ruling, we have to follow.
So the ruling will be. on
The ruling isn't, the ruling is between the other parties.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
nothing for us to follow. They're advising us whether to open the bids while all this is going on.
Gotcha,
You
gotcha.
get that?
Yes.
Did I finally get it?
Yeah.
But they're not advising.
They have been.
They're advising us not to.
That's what happened last week.
Our legal counsel or the attorney general?
I know.
Sorry.
I don't.
Last Friday, both.
So
Which
the
is why
legal
we waited a
counsel.
week.
Okay.
I got it.
So now we're revisiting it because the week is ticking by.
Okay.
And is the
Okay.
AG revisiting?
I need more information tomorrow morning at 8:30.
There you go. That's enough, that's enough.
So, yeah,
Next.
you got all of it out of me, that's all I.
So in light of that and the fact that we may or may not have new information, I am gonna
May or may not.
move that we don't vote on our action item and instead we move that to Sunday.
So
I
the
agree.
only thing I'll say about that, so we won't have the information on Friday.
We might.
Well, we might.
That's
I'd
what
have
I'm
to
saying.
do Friday.
So the only problem with, we have 2 boards who have not voted on Article 19. So if we're sitting there all at noon, they're not gonna, they'll have to caucus
Yeah.
on.
They have all the information we have, I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the way it is.
Well, they
No, but
said, they
they
did
can't-
say that they were gonna.
But we
if
don't,
we move it,
yes,
they said they will quickly convene and have some type of response.
okay,
So
but we could,
should we do Friday?
that's what
I'm
I'm
happy
saying,
to do Friday.
Like Friday at 3:00,
right,
like not like.
On Zoom.
On Zoom.
yes.
Yeah, we can do that. You're right, because I said chuck the idea of the Friday meeting
If
because.
we
I
have
was
enough,
figuring-
if we'll have enough information.
Yeah, if we have more information.
We
So,
always just meet
Is
and
the
say we
best
don't have-
practice, I know, so we can post it tomorrow and if we don't need it,
Cancel it.
We could just meet and not,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what time?
so
did
post a
everybody
meeting,
do
what
on
times you
Friday?
guys all like on Friday?
I am not available till at least 2:30.
Hold on.
3:30,
3:30?
we'll give you a little break.
Hold on, actually, wait, why am I agreeing to all this stuff? It's in my calendar.
Oh, I know that's after school for everybody.
That's fine, so blind.
Before pizza,
Oh, yeah, I need to be late too. If 3:30,
I can do
4,
3:30, but only Zoom.
it's gonna be Zoom,
Okay.
and I suspect
We could Zoom
we've
from our
kind
car
of
if we
talked a
had
little
to,
bit about
right?
this, I know it'll be,
No,
there'll be
I'm-
some
this is
discussion.
good, this is good.
Is 4 too late for you, Lori?
I told my family I'd see him in June, so.
Okay, great,
I'm sorry.
okay, you don't think
Wait,
4,
I-
okay,
I would
3:30?
like- 3:30. If we could. do
3:30, I will-
would like
I will compromise
Yeah.
with you.
Sorry.
Fine. 3:30 on Friday, we will post a meeting for the 5 of us.
Why don't we also put article? Our budget article on there too.
Yeah, great. Just for
FinCom would
another,
have their discussion, no.
Oh, because.
finance will discuss it. Great.
So
Perfect.
17 and
Did
19.
that come out
17
today?
and 19 on the
No.
agenda.
Putting any votes
Go
on
to
here?
the town.
Oh, wait,
These are-
okay, guys,
Yeah.
guys, to this point of us all sort of not being entirely in a line, should we put any votes on this? Because I know we've had some disagreement about that.
Sure, put a vote for the budget, put a vote for Article 19, put a, whatever you want.
Okay.
We don't, oh, we want
We
to.
can vote to
Do nothing.
vote, well, no, or we can we be so vague as to say vote on,
My other districts never indicated what the motions were gonna be as
Right.
explicitly as we
Yeah,
did
vote
here. And usually it's
on-
just the topic and then you
you
can.
say
write-
vote on Article 17, vote on Article
Deliberate
19,
on Article-
deliberately vague and be done with
I
it.
like.
We don't need to discuss capital unless somebody
No.
thinks something will happen at
No.
FinCom.
Nothing can happen. We've got too many surprises this week.
No 18.
We
18,
need
we're
channel
all set.
stability.
We're
Yeah.
all set with 18.
We're done.
Okay,
Correct.
Okay,
perfect.
is everyone cool with that?
I like that.
Okay,
Yes.
marvelous. Let's go, let's leave. The meeting's over, adjourned. Thank you all.
Let's see the score of the Celtics game, let's see.
Holy cow.
All right, Zoom,
Good.
2:30 Friday, discussion of Articles 17 and 18,
Yes.
vote 17.
Celtics up
Yes.
13.
Yeah.
And then 12.
Sorry,
noon
this is gonna, I'm
Sunday.
really gonna show my
Yes.
cards here. Who
Well,
are they
you
playing?
check this out.
The Hawks.
Thank you.